各位現場嘅朋友，大家好啊！歡迎嚟到澳門第70屆格蘭披治大賽嘅現場啊！今日呢就係禮拜六嘅時間，咁啊喺禮拜六呢亦都會進行呢就係幾個嘅比賽嘅。我哋亦都會喺現場呢就係陪伴大家啦，欣賞精彩嘅澳門格蘭披治大賽。咁今朝呢就會進行澳門嘅4級方程式嘅大賽、TCR 亞洲挑戰賽嘅自由練習啦，仲有澳門路車挑戰賽嘅自由練習賽，以及呢就係大灣區 GT 杯嘅2個組別，分別呢就係 GT4 同埋 GT3。嘅自由練習嘅，咁啊去到晏晝啦，呢幾項嘅比賽啦，亦都會進行呢就係排位賽。咁啊去到聽日嘅朝頭早啦，就會進行呢就係正賽嘅。咁啊今年嘅70週年嘅澳門格蘭披治大賽呢，一共呢就係分2個週末進行嘅。咁啊呢個禮拜呢就係講緊係週六同埋週日會進行比賽。咁啊去到下個禮拜呢就禮拜4，一直去到禮拜日啦，都會有更加精彩嘅比賽呢就係等待大家啊。咁啊亦都係希望大家呢就係多啲嚟到現場啦，收睇我哋嘅澳門格蘭披治大賽嘅賽事。
Bom dia, bom dia. Estamos a menos de 10 minutos em contagem decrescente para o arranque deste 70º.
just before Gorge, they'll have the back of the circuit. So it's got damage to the front left suspension. We see a picture of the car cruising along. We're looking for a very efficient stop. 啊，呢一次又係幾時間？
嗱，你依家你出去唔好再話自規啦，你就按照自己模擬器或者喺賽道嘅節奏，好似慢慢做圈，大膽啲，放心啲去做。嗰個客家灣嗰個冇問題啊嘛。
是最受关注的英国车手，同样。 路面比較暗嘅，咁唔知道呢位車手咧，他然後而家駕駛方面開始入早彎啊，結果出現咗就風頭撞牆啦。呢個唔係好清楚啊。咁總之咧就可能係呢幾個因素啦，導致佢喺圓碌彎當中咧就係出現問題。所以賽會亦都係第3度就係出現問題。我哋見到情況嘅時候咧，其實自由練習賽嘅倒計時啦，佢鐘咧仲喺度行緊嘅，即係話咧就後邊太太嚟啦。 車手梁國超啊，而家個破格到30.308，咁啊，其實講緊呢啲係比第一位嘅。 我哋都係期待好進步，好嘅手。
good job on this.
Well, you're building up every sector.
然后在这种比较轻松的状态下面，你会做得更好，对不对？你知道你的轮胎的状况，你看下来刚刚开胎，现在才是做时间的时候，他们太着急了，一出去想做时间，所以 be patient. Good job. two，one two，喂，有冇嘢到？有冇嘢到？喂，有冇嘢到？有冇嘢到？有啦嘛？使唔使教翻扶手啊？使唔使教翻扶手？攞嚟嘅扶手頭啊！我集翻支咪上先。
Qualifying race, reverse grid race. Track next to Prix. TCR Asia coming up. At 10 minutes time. 自助本节奖就是 TCR 亚洲挑战赛的练习，最后练习的时间大概是30分钟。今年比赛里面呢，总共是有25辆参赛车辆。TCR 亚洲挑战赛其中就包括了8位澳门的车手将会来到今年的比赛。今年的比赛里面。战绩的表现非常优秀的一辆。
車手啦，亦都有機會咧就係參加下個星期嘅東博洋大賽嘅比賽啊，所以佢用字咯，希望個嘅好嘅成績嘅。稍後進行嘅自由練習賽啦，就會進行喺37分鐘嘅時間。咁啊，去到晏晝嘅12:50就會進行一隻第一節嘅排位賽，然後咧馬上就會進行第二節嘅排位賽啦。咁啊，第一節嘅排位賽最快嘅12位車手咧，就可以入到第二節嘅排位賽當中嘅。咁啊，T3嘅賽車咧，其實現時咧喺全世界各地咧，特別包括喺亞洲地區咧，都係相當之受歡迎嘅車種嚟嘅，因為所有賽車咧都係由清楚嘅運動部門咧去進行咧就係官方嘅改裝，將街車咧就係改裝成賽車，所以官方改裝咧當然數據啊同埋改裝嘅工藝啊技術各方面咧都係相當之高超。咁然後咧就所有賽車咧都係用原廠嘅2.0T 嘅高性能嘅4氣缸嘅引擎嘅，再加上智能驅動啦，其實咁樣改出嚟嘅賽車咧，官方改出嚟嘅賽車咧速度又快啦，同埋耐用性又好高啦，同埋由於T3有好多嘅原裝車嘅部件啦，都可以用喺賽車裏邊，所以相對而言，T3度嘅賽車咧，亦都係相對嚟講搞起身係比較平啊，個車手要付出嘅一個嘅經費啊等等各方面咧，相對嚟講咧都係更加切身為意嘅。一個引擎能相對嚟講又比較平，又比較襟用嘅話咧，所以就令到每一個嘅規格嘅賽車咧，現時喺全世界咧都係相當之受歡迎嘅。咁啊，好多嘅車手除咗用 T3嘅賽車去參加一啲地區性嘅短途嘅比賽之外咧，亦都有嘗試過咧就用 T3嘅賽車去跑耐嘅賽，甚至乎咧就係12小時嘅耐賽，亦都完全冇問題嘅。咁啊，其實過去幾年 T3嘅賽車喺呢度都有跑㗎啦。睇下今日就亞洲 TCR 挑戰賽嘅比賽，咁啊車手會有點樣成績啊？再次提醒下大家，TCR 亞洲挑戰賽嘅自由練習賽 將喺8點40分開始嘅。
Sessão de treinos desta TCR Asia Challenge terá sido adiado, início previsto para as 9 da manhã no circuito da Guia. Este circuito urbano de Vitória recebeu já a prova de treinos livres da corrida de Fórmula 4, a prova que foi dominada, interrompida por várias vezes pela bandeira vermelha, mas que em termos de prestação dos circuitos da Guia foi dominada pelo britânico que consegue a volta mais rápida em 30 segundos. Agora, atenção que esta sessão de treinos, a primeira no âmbito do troféu TCR Asia Challenge, terá início por volta das 9 da manhã, sensivelmente 20 minutos. Prova que junta então este circuito de guia alguns pilotos de carros de turismo mais promissores e mais conhecidos na zona da China. Entre eles estão, por exemplo, o Roadsport, também Gerónimo Badaraco e vários outros pilotos com provas dadas no circuito do Vitória, casos de Bogu, de Henry Lee Júnior, especial de Hong Kong, também de pilotos locais como Lancashire e Chan Wentong, pilotos que conhecem bem então os campos.
家人 P 字大賽車咧，我諗對於澳門好多朋友嚟講咧，都係一個伴隨住我哋成長嘅一個活動嚟。我細個嘅時候咧，其實係住喺個賽車場裏邊嘅，即係夜晚黑咧，佢哋就會係喺個賽道周邊嘅一啲嘅公寓啦，咁去到維修啲車，咁啊當然成晚都唔使瞓。咁但係咧就覺得好興奮嘅，因為你每一年只係有呢一個時間係會有一個咁即係澳門有咁大型嘅活動，即係一到賽車嗰日嘅話咧，咁啊自己都會特登走上去天台嗰度咧，去到睇大賽車。
細個嗰陣時，我讀小學啦，嗰個年代咧就所有參賽車咧都係去摩羅園嗰處驗車嘅。其實離開我哋學校好近嘅啫，一有時間咧，我哋就會走去摩羅園嗰處就即係睇下，可以近接觸望到啲車，可以掂到啲車，所以就中意咗賽車嗰樣嘢。
第一次睇大賽車係2歲3歲啦，咁嗰時喺水塘灣就已經覺得好刺激啦。之後每年我都有同屋企人一齊去觀看呢個比賽嘅，希望自己有朝一日可以喺呢個賽道上面進行比賽。
估唔到啦，自己有機會參與佢嘅組織啊，咁同埋有亦都參與好多嘅即係周邊嘅活動啦。咁所以呢一個即係對於我自己嚟講，真係真正係伴隨住自己成長嘅一個活動咯。
我響1975年就第一次參與澳門電單車新手賽嘅賽事，好彩我第一年參賽咧就攞咗個亞軍，直至到去到1989年咧，電單車咧就連續1日就攞2次冠軍。98年咧，房車都響葡國杯嗰時就真正攞個冠軍咧。咁就即係達到我自己本身嘅目標啦。
我第一次參加格蘭披治大賽車嘅時候係13年，咁就參加呢個青少年冠軍方程式，就第一次可以喺東望洋跑道度進行啦。終於可以喺呢個賽道上面駕駛一架方程賽車，就非常之開心。
澳門嗰個東望洋賽道咧，佢唔係單止咧個車手出色咧，你就可以攞到冠軍嘅。天時地利人和運集齊晒啦，你就可以贏冠軍。佢係要嗰個整個車隊，因為嗰條賽道咧個車嘅 setting， 你想直路快咩？你上山一定唔快。你如果想響山路快咩？你下路直路咧又唔快。 咁啊變咗咧，即係你好難去平衡嘅。
都冇人跑道就係一個街道嘅賽事啦，個用錯率係零嘅。咁因為你一出現錯誤啦，你就會炒車啦。咁你需要係一個好高強度嘅專注力啦。
呢一個東望洋賽道比賽咧，第一頭腦冷靜啦，第二唔好貪心。你想搏多半秒咧，就嗰半秒出事。我識得嘅無論係咩國籍嘅朋友都好啦，佢話我去邊度鬥都唔夠嚟澳門嗰度賽一場車咁有榮幸感啊！
今年嚟到第70屆啦，咁我哋都係即係做咗好大量嘅宣傳嘅，無論係一啲國際媒體啦，或者本地嘅媒體啦，甚至周邊地區咧，我哋都會做好多嘅宣傳工作啦。
今年70屆咧，100%嘅鍾意賽車或者玩開車嘅人咧，都會係好興奮嘅。疫情過咗啦，今年咧都會係有好多外來嘅車手啦 ，F3 啊、Super GT 啊、FIA 嘅房車錦標賽咧，都會嚟澳門。咁啊，格電啊唔使講啦。
咁今年就係非常之特別啦，70屆。咁我哋有2個禮拜嘅比賽啦。咁就會多咗好多唔同種類嘅車型啦，咁全部車手喺外國已經係好出名㗎啦，咁好大機會你喺呢度見到佢之後 F1 裏面成為咗世界冠軍嘅。
咁我相信今年嘅70屆嘅大賽車咧係會好精彩，我哋都喺度期待緊。
嚟緊嘅11月咧，我哋都會喺我哋賽車博物館嗰個立面嗰度咧係做一個嘅光雕表演嘅。咁我哋咧都希望咧大家既然嚟到澳門睇賽車就唔爭再睇埋我哋嘅博物館啦。除咗話一啲專業嘅賽車啦，或者係一啲嘅賽車嘅遊戲之外啦，咁我哋都好希望咧係同文創方面有多啲嘅結合嘅。咁其中一樣我哋都傾咗成2年咧，先至傾到翻嚟嘅咧，同杜莎夫人蠟像館嘅一個合作，亦都係可以話咧係杜莎夫人蠟像館第一次係容許一啲佢哋製作嘅一啲嘅蠟像咧，喺佢哋自己嘅館以外嘅地方咧去到做展示嘅。賽車呢一樣嘢唔係單單係體育，其實賽車呢一樣嘢都可以延伸好多嘅可能性嘅。無論你係對賽車有認識嘅，或者係甚至係可能你比較難去到接觸賽車呢一個運動嘅朋友咧，都係有機會咧係可以係享受到賽車或者係接觸到賽車嘅文化。咁亦都希望咧能夠賽車博物館真真正正咧可以傳承到我哋呢一個賽車嘅文化嘅。
我们已看到像CC 的 FL5，应该说是本田推出最新的车辆，将会是在赛场上亮相。另外一方面呢，奥迪的战队同样之一就是领克的03 TCR，领克03 TCR 应该是这一款车在世界赛场上的战绩还是非常优异的。所以今天我们也可以关注一下稍后练习当中它的一个表现。另外值得一提的就是本田的许多的热衷车迷都非常的期待看看今天多款本田，包括有 FA7呀，在比赛里的一个亮相，还有就是 FL5在场上的一个表现。那么对抗奥迪到底会出现怎样的发挥呢？奥迪应该说也是在这个领域当中出现的最早的这项的量产车主。RS3的 LMS 就是大家非常熟悉的一款车，它的发动机 EA888应该说是动力标准还是非常惊艳的。那么在今天的练习当中，车手在场上
咁而家大家可以見到咧，現場嘅天氣咧又比較陰沉啊，暫時係冇陽光㗎啦。咁啊，對於車手嚟講咧，呢個當然未必係一個好消息嚟嘅，因為冇陽光照射嘅話咧，創造路面溫度咧肯定係比較涼啦。同埋我哋現場嘅工作人員咧，其實每班嗰度咧，亦都係監察點樣努力咧，就修復陽光，係出咗個節外圍嘅創作難啊，要修復 最值得提嘅咧就係嚟自中國香港嘅資深車手啊，65歲嘅李萬琪啊。咁啊，李萬琪咧就最經典嘅就係2000年喺澳門格蘭披治大賽當中嘅中國門房車賽啦，係頂住咗好多國際高手嘅進攻咧，踩住個標誌嘅賽車喺嗰一年嘅比賽入邊咧就攞到第5名，咁啊變上咗頒獎台啊！嗰屆嘅比賽咧對於李萬琪嚟講咧，絕對係好值得去紀念，亦都有好多車迷啦印象好深刻嘅一場比賽。咁啊，今年已經係應該係65歲嘅李萬琪啊，結果今年參加比賽就點樣成績啦嚇？咁啊，送到機場跑澳門，咁今年面對住眾多嘅高手，究竟會有點樣嘅表現呢？佢話今年嘅亞洲 TCR 挑戰賽比賽係極其受到關注嘅。佢再次咧就提醒大家啦，TCR 亞洲挑戰賽嘅自由練習賽嘅開始時間咧，將會係稍後嘅9點鐘進行，9點鐘進行。咁啊，自由練習賽嘅時間一共係30分鐘左右。
Com mais de 10 minutos para o arranque desta que é a única sessão de treino no âmbito do troféu TCR Asia Challenge, uma arrancada de prova que acaba por ser enviada por o quarto pilar para os direitos da organização, a organização Prix. A barreira começa na zona da curva dos apreciadores, depois a curva choque do Olga de volta ao Jack, que colocado literalmente na barreira de proteção. A segurança acima de tudo no circuito de dia e daí então o alimento por 15 minutos no arranque desta primeira e única sessão de treino no âmbito do troféu TCR Asia Challenge, prova que falta então presença no programa do Grande Prémio de Macau pelo segundo ano consecutivo, ainda sem o protagonismo de 2022, em que constata também o estatuto do título da corrida da Índia. Ora, esta prova, para além desta sessão de treino, estou atenta ainda duas sessões de treinos sobre o verão, a partir do meio-dia e 10 minutos, uma primeira prova de qualificação de 30 minutos, 5 minutos, e depois uma segunda prova de qualificação de um quarto de hora, a disputar então.
Attention in the panel, attention in the panel. TCR Asia Challenge competitors, 10 minutes to start free practice. TCR Asia Challenge competitors, 10 minutes to start free practice.
10 minutos para o arranque da sessão de treinos, de prova de orientação ao circuito de guia para muitos dos pilotos que disputam este troféu TCR Asia Challenge. É um fracasso ao passado do Vitória. No caso de Macau, há um contingente da casa que soma a experiência e muitos anos de participação neste circuito da guia. Entre eles estão então pilotos como o Monte Tianguan e também o Jerónimo Pedaraco, que se prepara para competir no traçado urbano do Vitória pelo 24º ano consecutivo. Também Lancashire, Jean-Anton, Jean-Pierre, também bom Chunal, representa os postos de Macau nesta edição de 2023 do TCR Asia Challenge. Também na reta para esta competição estarão pilotos como Roadsport, o veterano Henry Júnior, que compete neste circuito de guia da propriedade de 65 anos, mas também do piloto da bicicleta com provas que tem no palmarés incluído 3 vitórias no circuito da guia, no âmbito da praça CPM, longo das quais em 2 minutos. É então uma grelha com todos que conhecem bem este traçado urbano do Vitória, e eles juntam-se Leonas, piloto da Malásia, piloto da Malásia, que atingiu notoriedade nas redes sociais pelas manobras que faz e que coloca online. Ela que compete neste
were only around about 6 or 7 minutes away now from the resumption of track activity. The team marshal team, the recovery team down at Vision's doing a great job to get the barrier recovered. But that's just coming towards its conclusion now, so we'll be fairly short after track meetings off in Formula 4 session. So TCR Asia to down away with 30 minutes of practice. Reminder, we've got extended edition of 70th Macau Grand Prix, 6 days on track action over the next 9-day period. Dominating, of course, the Macau Grand Prix next Sunday on this famous circuit, and 40 years since the great Ken Senna.
Where there are touring cars, there is always drama, and we are about to enjoy free practice for the TCR Asia Challenge here at Macau. Welcome along, everybody, to practice day. It is weekend 1 of 2 weekends to celebrate the 70th anniversary of the Macau Grand Prix. This weekend, you could say, is more about the local races, but even so, it's still a very impressive entry that has been attracted for touring cars, for single-seaters, and for GT and Roadsport races. We've got GT3, GT4 and Roadsport still to look at for the first time this morning. And the cars for TCR Asia Challenge are getting set. Now, this is a really interesting touring car event because TCR Asia Challenge really operates only at Macau. It is the 2 races, and the top 8 out of the second race will go forward into next weekend's TCR World Tour race. So we talk about pressure at Macau, pressure to not put it in the wall, but there's also the pressure of championships, there's the pressure of results. And here, not only do you want to do well come tomorrow in the race or races, but you want to then qualify for next week. This is free practice. When we get to qualifying, that's going to be split into 2 parts anyway, with the top 12 having their own shootout, and that will affect the way that the grids line up. David Addison and Alan Hyde are trackside, and they're looking down at Zhang Han Biao, getting ready to go in the Honda Civic. Hyundais, Hondas, Seat, Lincoln Co's, Volkswagen, and Cupra, as well as Audi on this grid. And it's going to be a really busy circuit, Alan.
It certainly is. And when you talk about this weekend and next weekend, also think about the team. Look after your car, because the team would quite like a couple of days off before they have to start building up to a huge event, a 4-day meeting for the Macau Grand Prix, the second weekend of the 70th celebration. So keep the cars in one piece, keep them in good order, and the team will be very grateful for that. There is so much to see and do around Macau, which is not just about the Macau Grand Prix. Obviously, that's the thing that takes over for pretty much a couple of months every year, and there are a huge amount of full-time equipment staff who work on this event right the way throughout the year. They might be seconded to other events that Macau is running over the course of the year, but there are many staff that work on this event full-time, and there's plenty to see and do as well. So with 2 weekends, I know the top star motorcycle riders are already here. They did the press day yesterday. They've now got 5 days in Macau before they begin to compete out on the circuit. So there is plenty to do. And the reason I know that is because in the hotel reception yesterday, I had to do a little double take when I saw some people getting ready to go out and have something to eat early on in the evening. I thought, that looks like Michael Rutter. Actually, that looks like Peter Hickman as well. Oh, and Josh Brooks, all 3 of them together.
They're all here already.
Yeah, already, yeah.
And Motorbike Grand Prix, always a very popular part of the weekend. So, the drivers getting set to go, including their number 42, which is Chan Weng Tong in the 326 Racing entered Audi RS3. Opposition coming from there. Sean Tong, very experienced driver. Often the GT cars, but also rapid in touring cars, mainly over the years Audis, but in Honda Civic this weekend. And there you see 66 of Kin Weng for 778 Autosport, another of the Honda Civic drivers. And the session is due to get underway in about a minute's time. We're slightly delayed here because the F4 free practice session that had 3 red flags, ended up with some barrier damage, and that's why we're slightly delayed as Tian Kai, in his very smart Audi RS3 LMS, gets set to go as well. This session is 30 minutes, and again, we say it all the time, in the hope that people listen to us, keep it off the wall, but the evidence wasn't exactly encouraging in the F4 session.
Don't do it.
No.
Just don't do it. But inevitably, yeah. With F4, 3 red flags in 45-minute session, maybe not surprising. Many of the drivers never been to this circuit before, which kind of makes you think that they would have been more careful to get the absolute maximum of track time, but it never really works that way. Very often it doesn't work that way with touring cars as well. They tend to bash themselves into the barriers and leave a bit of time to be repaired. But they were still working on that barrier, you know, about 5 minutes ago. They did on half an hour.
And that was actually Recticel. But anyway, the green flag showed so the cars leave the holding area at the back of the pit lane, out onto the circuit. To recalcitrant to get away. So now the car's being ushered out. Number 6 going through shot. Li Wenji, Z speed. Marshall's busy getting everybody out on track.
Got a good grid head here.
Oh, very definitely. Yes.
Absolutely packed in the paddock. There's 2 rows of cars, and Marshall's trying to get them out as quickly as possible. But yeah, for a free practice session, they're going to be dealing with a fair amount of traffic early on in the session, aren't they?
Yeah. We've got in the entry people like James Tang, who's been a regular, Henry Lee Jr., who we saw in single-seaters last year, but he's gone to touring cars for this year. There's Paul Poon for Teamwork Motorsport, who's been a regular winner here over the years in things like the road sports as well as in the touring car categories. And also worth keeping an eye on is the redoubtable Geronimo Badaracco for Songwang Racing Team with his Volkswagen Golf, who again is a mainstay of the Macau entry list. Year after year, he's always there.
Yeah, a podium finisher, and with the most motor racing driverish name you could possibly ask for, couldn't you? Geronimo Badaracco here at Macau, on car number 28 in the TCR Asia Challenge. Now, 45 minutes free practice for Formula 4 cars first thing this morning, half an hour for TCR Asia, so running through until 9:30 local time.
Chen Wei Tong goes through number 42. So this outlap, you can kind of discount. It's the end of the next lap where we'll start to see lap times from drivers. One driver that it's very good to see back, driving number 1 for Evolve Racing, the Hyundai Elantra, is Lo Se-ho, who had that enormous accident at the end of last year's gear race when he was just tapped from behind by Andy Yang, and around he went. But if anybody deserves a win, it is him after that huge accident. Remember, he hit the barrel hit by Ron Wall in the process. Lo Se-ho is back.
I think I was talking at the time and I didn't have words. You took over and helped me.
Oddly enough, I was watching a replay the other day. Is that what happened? Well, kind of. I think I was in full flow, but you then calmed it all down at the end. Quite a big
I think I was open-mouthed. Yeah, it was a very big accident.
The other very big accident you had to cope with was the Roadsport Challenge when they all piled in at the end.
That's right. Yes.
But we are confident that there's going to be no such dramas here. They're all going to be well behaved.
Cars 68, 69. So James Tang, Lim Jin Pang. Something about what happened when they left the pit lane. That's a bit early on in the session to be having an investigation, but something maybe not quite right with how they left pit lane.
Possibly going over the blend line when they shouldn't.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Right, so cars on track, and you get the feeling here, don't you, that there's a bit more, I can't say intelligence, that's the wrong word, but there's a bit more thought going into it for some to sort of stagger their pace to find themselves some clear track space. Go through, and then there's another wave, but they're all a bit bottled up here, so we need to, 1 or 2, try and clear the traffic. 42 at the head of that queue is Chen Wei Tong. 7 is Li Ka Hao. And gradually now we have got them going on to a flying lap. One count, one has just gone through as well. So out of reservoir, and this is when you start to see the brave driver, isn't it? Speed building, fast start to the lap. It's nice and fast, it's nice and wide. But we have in the past seen that people can get themselves into stride. Sean Tong with the headlights ablaze, number 10. That Honda Civic looking rapid now.
So, half an hour of free practice, and they have been sensible. They've bought themselves a little bit of space, and also given themselves the opportunity of working together as well as they make their way down towards Lisbon. That tight right-hander. Then there goes to San Francisco, another right-hander.
There's one up the escape road there, or one almost heading for the escape road.
One to the pit lane as well. One coming to the pit lane, I just spotted in the background. I was wondering if that was... Was it Paul Prix? Yeah, I wonder if it was. 8-time winner of races here at Macau, Paul Prix.
This lap is not to see decent lap times. No Say Ho has also just left him. So he's slightly out of sequence as Chang Wei Tong goes
Which is a great thing to do, really, to lose any laps out on the circuit voluntarily. The chances are that you're going to lose laps over the course of a free practice session at the car because of forced closure of the session. So you have to be fairly confident that you can give away a lap or two.
But Lo Se Ho does at least know the circuit. He has that in his armoury. As Lee Ka-hei comes towards us, number 27. Sean Tong still stuck behind him, heading now towards Donna Maria. And there is 28, which is Geronimo Barbaraco, who is about, I think, to offer up the first real proper lap time of the session. He's coming down towards our bend. You still get the feeling they're trying to get the warmth into the Michelin tyres. It's just worthy of a note as the Golf then heads up towards the timing line, and to break the beam, Geronimo Barbaraco goes fastest, 2 minutes 56.751. Now, they've got, remember, free practice, qualifying in 2 chunks and 2 races, because there's a qualification race and a race, and only 4 sets of tyres, so they've got to be careful with what they do with the rubber.
Yeah, looking after tyres is going to be fairly critical as well.
Indeed.
And getting the tyres up to temperature, very important. Clearly, Barbaraco has done that already. That purple and yellow livery for Geronimo Barbaraco as number 27 goes top, so that's Lee Ka-hei goes to the top of the times in the Audi. So they will shuffle around. They're just completing their first flying lap now, so take a little while. But yeah, the 70th Racing team running in that distinctive purple and yellow livery here at Macau in whatever they compete in. I really like it when a team has a known colour scheme and you can just pick out the team instantly. The first year I came here to Macau and worked was the 60th celebration year, and that was possibly one of the teams that I noted most over the course of the weekend, because I didn't know all of the teams, but because they were known by their livery, like McLaren were for so many years, known by the Marlboro livery, and over the years teams do get known. And I remember that first year, the 70th Racing team ran a number of cars in a number of the races over the course of the weekend. Big team.
Now we're looking at Kelvin Wong pressing on in his efforts. Also there is another of the Honda Civics. 3 is Zhang Han Biao. And the fastest has become 27 of, I think Alan said this, Lee Ka-hei, so Audi at the top of the times at the moment. But for number 23 then, of Biao, this could be an improved lap time coming the end of this, because he's hustling on quite nicely.
So second is Sean Tong, and that lap time was a 2:43.197, so 4 tenths between the top 2. Lee Ka-hei, top of the times, car number 27, with only 1 flying lap having been completed. So when we saw Geronimo Barbaraco putting in that early benchmark time, at the end of everybody's completion of the first flying lap, he ended up down in 8th place. So car number 28 down in 8th place. Car number 27, Lee Ka-hei, top of the times with a 797 sound good, don't they?
They do. They always sound good, the TCR engine mode. Lee Kar-Hay, double Hong Kong touring car champion. I was about to tell you that Lo Se-Ho had done an absolute best in the first sector, and we've also got a yellow flag out on track as well, which is slightly concerning. It's at turn 6, and that is heading up towards eternity, so it's in the early part of the lap. So hopefully, oh, there's part of the answer for you. 85 it is. Cao Chao-Hong has gone off the road, up the escape road. But Lo Se-Ho is the one I'm getting excited about, because it's looking good on this lap for him. He's out of the sequence of the traffic, if you like. And you see there the fight between Zhang Hanbiao and Lee Kar-Hay. Yellow flag zone approaches, but all of this shouldn't affect the lap time of Lo Se-Ho, who is in the last sector now.
Sean Tong is top, incidentally, car number 10 with a 2:37.586. And the 77 car, that is, which is Ouyang Zhen Wei, facing the wrong way at the moment, and just getting the car turned around in a slightly awkward three-point turn that leaves him in the middle of the circuit for a little while. That's very narrow there, bear in mind, so it really is quite tricky.
But he has got it going,
which
is
is
very
good
good
news.
going. Lo Se-Ho, having got all excited about his lap time, has just come into the pit lane, so he's aborted the lap, even though that would have given him a lap time. And you can see he's done a bit of damage to the 77 Honda. So he's, by the look of it, grazed the wall, and that's turned him around. But he has got it going, and that's the good thing, as you say. Ouyang Zheng Wei carries on in the session, and so the road is now clear.
It's got quite a bit of the circuit to complete as well with a damaged car, so it's going to be bits of the car falling off it, I think, on the road back to safety. Maybe because you can see bits of the car dropping off.
Well, unless there's somebody else somewhere,
possibly, or
there's damage to a barrier, and that we'll discover. But the red flag is called for, and that's the part of the reason.
That's the reason.
Same corner. Right, who have we lost in all of that? 60.
Ooh, breathe in.
I'm trying to identify. Well, 33's in the middle of it, so Deng Bao Wei.
69, isn't it? Which is Lim Chin Pang.
Okay. The Norris Racing Honda. Nothing to do with Lando, but getting caught up in it. So red flag. Just when I was feeling confident that they'd managed to extricate themselves quite well after the spin for Ouyang Zhen Wei, then it all unravels. 22 there, one of the Lincoln Co's, Yan Chuang. Is it Lincoln Co's or Links and Co, like Courts Marshall? Anyway.
Lincoln Co's?
Yeah, must be.
I just like the name of the team.
What, Fancy?
Fancy, yeah.
Yes. Meanwhile,
they are extricating themselves, I think. Which is impressive. That's the car of Lim Chin Pang getting the 69 car up and running. So this might be, if the barriers are all okay, now we see how it happens.
That's self-induced.
Self-induced, stays in the middle of the road, unsighted.
Bang.
Tap.
But there's more.
Wait.
Next man in.
Breathe in. Well done.
This is 33.
No, there's no way there.
Deng Bao Wei, just a little nudge.
So yeah, only a little kiss really, which is good news, which is why the cars are all able to get going again. And we are now on a session resume on short call. So so hopefully, fingers crossed, just a question of coming into pit lane. And then, by the way, I did mention that under investigation was the leaving of the pit lane for 68. James Tang, and 69 Lim Chin Pang, and both of those cars no further action.
Okay.
Cross the yellow line. Exactly as you said.
So Sean Tong is the fastest then in the Team TRC Honda Civic for MacArthur. He's raced in Clio Cup China, Formula Renault. We saw him in the UK for a time in Formula Renault, but since 2015 he's been a regular Audi GT racer. And class champion in the Super Taikyu series. He's been racing in TCR in Chinese Taipei, as well as the European and Asian Le Mans series this year. So Sean Tong, very, very experienced and increasingly versatile, able to leap from sports cars, GT cars, back to touring cars.
The mark of a top driver.
Yeah, indeed.
Very impressive. So So too is the TCR Asia grid for this weekend. A very impressive entry this for weekend one of the 70th anniversary. The sunshine is glinting down on the water, and as always, normal life is going on in the background. The roads open and Macau taxis and lorries and buses going about their normal Saturday business in the background over the other side of the paddock that we can see from the commentary box. And if you look beyond the Grand Prix, you can almost forget that there's this huge motor race, the eyes of the world, the motorsport world on. I'm terribly sorry, I keep bashing your foot. I'm sorry about that. It is not on purpose.
I have another one.
Yes, you do.
No, you're right. I mean, the world watches the race, but the island, the city of Macau continues with everyday life and the economy continuing. But yet again, of course, so many more people in Macau for the next 10 days, bringing revenue to the economy.
It's interesting as well to talk to hotel staff, because one of the things about Macau is there are a lot of very impressive hotels.
Yes, true.
And everyone that I've spoken to in the hotel that I'm staying, all the staff that are working there, all very excited. The Grand Prix, 2 weekends, and as soon as you say you're here for the Grand Prix, their eyes light up.
Yeah.
They absolutely do. Exactly that.
And it's that international feel that is great to have. 55 you're looking at, which is Chen Chion, the team prospect, Cupra.
We're back underway.
We are almost back underway, still being shown as a red flag. The rest of the cars coming into the pit lane, but we're now into the second half of the session. Now we go green, so some cars are being brought in.
Yeah, only 4 laps completed in the second half of the session.
Yeah, others are on their way out, so we can get going.
So the good news is that they weren't damaging offs, so the cars could get going and extricate themselves, get back to the pit lane, and we can get the session back underway, which it is now. So Sean Tong is top of the times in car number 10. The car is blue and silver predominantly, and is team TRC, Honda FK7, TCR entry. Things getting a bit busy to get the cars back out on the circuit down in pit lane, and rightly so. With only 13.5 minutes left of this session, they need to prepare themselves well for qualifying, which is this afternoon. And as David said, it's pretty early on this afternoon, just after midday. In fact, it's the first of our qualifying sessions this afternoon. 10 past 12, 10 past midday local time, qualifying 1, and then 12:45 for Q2. So 2 sections with the top 12 competing in the session on their own. Car 22, that's the car of Yen Trang, the predominantly red fancy entered Lincoln Co.
You don't see that many Lincoln Co's on the road, but they've certainly, thanks to TCR, been able to use the sport to promote the brand, haven't they, with great success.
So I've never really got to the bottom of the Lincoln Co brand. Or was that a big, you were talking about looking after tyres, weren't you? And that was a big lock-up.
Yeah.
For the number 22 car, the Yen Chang. Car 10, which tops the times, Sean Tong, still down there in pit lane, and they are wiping fluids down there, which looks to be not totally normal. That's the car that we saw before the red flag came out, limping its way back to pit lane with a bit of bodywork damage, and the team regarding it, the 77 car of Ouyang Zhenwei, Star Cars Racing Honda, helmet off, and too much damage on that car to resume this free practice session at this point, and repairs being effected. I think most of the teams know what they're in for when they are looking after touring cars on the Macau weekend.
That's had quite a whack, that.
It has had quite a whack, yeah.
So the Evolve Racing entry, looking a little bit sorry for itself, to say the least. 11.5 minutes are on the clock. This is the run coming back down towards Fisherman's Bend, towards the end of the lap. So you're coming downhill, you think, good, I've got around the hairpin okay, now I can really push on.
I can relax now.
Yeah,
no, you can't.
No, because we're padding at 4. Fisherman's Bend can catch you out. This is our bend. And up to the end of the lap comes Tan Chi Lung. So Sean Tong remaining the fastest, gone back out. 11 more minutes of free practice remain. And speed now starts to build yet again as drivers go for a time. Others coming out of the pit lane. There's that yellow blend line, look, just in the background.
Yes.
Keep an eye to the Audi, which has to be clear a bit, then it can move across the road. That was Wang Chunhao. And the reason is so you don't get people from the pits getting straight into the path of quick cars. Doesn't really matter on the start of the session when everybody is purely on one line coming out of the pits, and that's why no further action was taken. Now down towards Lisboa, and it is busy and brave on the brakes. Deng Bao way up the inside there of the Honda, but he can't make the pass.
Not quite, no, and that was good thinking actually, because certainly the move was being set up, but to slot in behind and just finding a time in free practice is definitely the thing to do to go into qualifying. It's not far off, you know. We are 20 past 9, just coming up to 20 past 9 local time. It's only 3 hours away, less than 3 hours away from their first qualifying session. So if there are lengthy repairs to do on the car, that is far from ideal. And bear in mind that many of the races that we see this weekend are not in the paddock, not in the open paddock, if you like. They are underground. And it's hot work down there, really hot, hard work.
It is indeed, and it's, of course, always a challenge for a team running on a street circuit, and especially for a team, unless it's based in Macau or at best Hong Kong, you've got to ship everything over here. So do you always have that last part that you would have done if you'd been on home soil, for example? It is a bit of a gamble to know what to take and what to leave behind. And King Wang here going pretty nicely, number 66. Although not really at the pointy end of the times thus far, 19th in the Honda Civic. Looking out of stripe as the session dips into the final 10 minutes now. And Jose being shown on that graphic as first position. Well, he's not yet done a lap time. What he could do is take first position, because Lo Se-ho again is doing personal bests and absolute bests in the Evolve Racing Hyundai. So we got excited before and he bailed for the pits, but this time around Lo Se-ho looking quick. Now that might get a finger wag. Look, 69 of Lim Chin Pan weaving left and right. Nobody dares go past, and so there's a whole traffic jam behind, and other people on a quick lap have completely been compromised by that.
And there are plenty of them as well.
Yeah.
4 or 5 cars running behind. So now, so that car has pulled away. Lim Chin Pan is the car that we're talking about. Has pulled away from the following quintet of cars. But yeah, that was a bit weird. You don't see that very often, do you?
No, I mean, the job was sort of working for him. He wanted to get warm into the rubber, but that does rather compromise the people behind. He has now sprinted away, so the pace was there, but there'll be 1 or 2 that perhaps aren't very happy about that. Right, Lo Se-ho is still pushing. He's in the last sector, so I'm keeping an eye out of our window for the number 1 Hyundai. Yeah, it's all lighting up like a fruit machine here with greens and purples. Sean Tong has done a personal best sector 1 on his next lap. Pictures show 3 abreast going down towards Lisboa. Lo Se-ho is now the fastest, so he's now done a 2:34.387 to go to the top of the times.
Yep, the runner-up in race 2 from last year goes to the top of the times in free practice. This, of course, only free practice, qualifying not until just after midday today in 2 segments, but free practice, clearly the car is going well. Number 1, Lo Se-ho, top of the times with a 2:34.387. Sean Tong, therefore, is second, car number 10, and Lee Ka-hei, car number 27, remains in 3rd place, dropping down 1 place with the advent of Lo Se-ho going top. 6 minutes and 50 seconds of this free practice session remain. Let's hope they can run right the way through until the checker flag and get some proper laps in now, as they can get themselves into a bit of a groove, bit of a run.
And there, the Lincoln Co being absolutely reeled in, heading down towards Melco, where you can't overtake. And so there's going to be a pass here, I would think, coming up towards the end of the lap, because Sean Tong is looking very, very rapid indeed. He wants his top time back, but he's briefly being held up by Yan Chuang and couldn't commit to the inside line of Fisherman's. You can see the way, though, that Sean Tong's Honda moves around there. You can see the commitment that's being put into it. So Sean Tong on this lap second fastest. He's done 4 personal best sectors, but hasn't been able to find a way around the Lincoln Co. He's bearing down on it all the time. Up towards the timing line they come, nose to tail. Over the line goes Sean Tong, and the lap is not an improvement in terms of the position. It was faster, but not fast enough to get himself back ahead of Lo Se-ho. And actually, he's still stuck, headlights ablaze, isn't he, behind that Lincoln Co.
Yeah, so this is maybe the time. This is a classic overtaking manoeuvre, setting up, going through Mandarin, get right up close to the back of the car. Okay, flash your lights if you think that's going to help, but the Lincoln Co is going pretty well as well on the run down towards this bar. Is there going to be a way through? Well, it's going to have to be brave, but he wiggles through, just gets through. Yeah, that was costly, wasn't it? Being that long behind one car is really costly.
So the first sector is completed on this lap by number 10, the Honda there of Sean Tong, but it's a slower first sector than he's been doing hitherto. So now he's got to try to rebuild the lap here with clear real estate ahead of him. So heading up then from San Francisco through Maternity, drop out of the hairpin, and this ever windy section of the circuit that takes you on towards Police and then Moorish. But Sean Tong now still down in the second sector, so I don't think this lap's going to go his way. What he has to do is try and build up for the next, and we've only got 5 minutes now of the session to go. With it being a long lap, you forget just how much of the session 3 or 4 laps takes.
Paul Poon started this lap. He's currently third in car 21, the 8-time winner here at Macau. Started with a purple in sector 1, but be it traffic, be it whatever, the following 2 sectors, sector 2 and 3, haven't brought fruits, either personal best or overall best. So Paul Poon looking as if potentially he's going to stay where he is, which is third at the moment for car 21, with 4 minutes of the session remain.
Hong Kong touring car champion twice over. He's also twice a winner of the Macau Touring Car Cup, not the gear race, but the Touring Car Cup, and a very experienced driver is Paul Poon, who, like many, always finds something to race every season here, whether it's in the Roadsport Challenge or the touring car options. So this lap for him
it's got clear track, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good, as you say, absolute best. 2 slower sectors, then a personal best, but he's got to find a reasonable chunk of time to get himself onto terms with Sean Tong, like a 1.5 seconds, and he finds about 3/10. So he's still third, but best of the rest, if you like, behind Lo Se-ho and Sean Tong.
But if traffic was the reason for a slower sectors 2 and 3, then maybe this lap is going to be better, because clearly the car is going well. He was able to put in an overall best in sector 1, personal best in sectors 4 and 5, and with clear track now, this might be a good one for Paul Poon. Car number 21, this is the 68 car, that's the car of James Tang. And the 68 car not on my screen, so a little way further down the order for the 68 car currently, so not in the top 13. I've got the top 13 on my screen, but the 68, have you got the second screen there?
Sorry, 68, which is James Tang.
Oh dear. Yes.
Red flag straight away.
Immediately.
And that's coming onto the pit straight. Sorry, I was looking for James Tang as all that was kicking off. It has taken out of the session 93, Wong Chun Hao, and who are the other 2? 15 looking at us is Tian Kai.
Lim Ching Pang is the 69 car.
Right. That'll be the end of the session, because there's only 2 minutes to go, and that's that.
Yeah.
Who triggered all of that, Alan? Because I was looking at the timing screen.
So I'll wait until we see the replay, actually, because I only caught the tail end of it. I just saw a car being collected, and collected in a fairly big way, actually. That's going to be a busy 3 hours for the teams.
Yes, totally.
Qualifying just under midday. The marshals well trained in what to do in these sort of events. They can get the track very clear very quickly.
The Audi escaped, didn't it?
Yeah.
So Wong Chun Hao.
I'd want to have a good look at the tyres after that, because it went over a fair bit of sharp debris to get going. Here we go. Oh, yeah, just flips the car around, doesn't it? Just get the corner slightly wrong. Yeah, that's quite a lot of damage to those 2.
Yeah, so Lim Chan Pang got it wrong and was then harpooned by Tian Kai, who came along behind him. So red flag, and with 2 minutes to go, session will not be restarted. But yeah, big damage for those two, as Alan was suggesting, and let's see whether they make it out for qualifying.
Well, let's hope they do, but that was quite a big impact, so I'm not going to hold my breath to find out. I mean, teams do amazing things, don't they? And can turn cars around that are really quite damaged. They've only got 3 hours to do it in, less than 3 hours to do it in before their qualifying session. So we'll wait and see, but hopefully they will. Let's keep our fingers crossed. I'm sure the teams will do everything they possibly can to get the cars back out, but they are stricken. They need to be recovered. Tian Kai in the 15 car and Lim Chin Pang in the 69 car, and plenty of debris needing to be swept up as well. So many marshals can instantly get onto the scene here at Macau. It's amazing. They beaver away while a certain section of them are sweeping away the debris. The recovery truck comes into place to recover one of them, and I've no doubt that without damage to the barrier, which is what we saw at the end of the Formula 4 session first thing this morning, quite a bit of damage to the rector cell this morning down at Fisherman's after Formula 4. Took a little while to repair that, probably about 25 minutes to get the circuit furniture back ready to get cars back out. But I think we're going to get, I'm not sure the barrier is going to be too bad. It was just a little touch and a bounce the car around. The main contact happened in the middle of the circuit, didn't it?
Did indeed. Just seen Tian Kai running away from the scene to get back to the team and perhaps explain what the damage is. And it looks as though Lim Chin Pang, the Hong Kong driver, just found a dirty part of the racetrack on the outside line, didn't he? And slithered out wide, and there was no stopping the car at that point into the barriers.
No, pretty much became a passenger, quite a violent passenger as well, because when a car is flicked around like that, imagine what that does to you inside the car. That's it's not the most comfortable of experiences.
No, true. Well, he didn't do many laps, but the ones that he did were good enough to be fastest for Lo Se Ho, ahead of Sean Tong and Paul Poon. Lee Ka-hei was 4th, ahead of Kelvin Wong, and then 6th, Yang Chuang. 7th quickest, Chan Wen Tong. 8th fastest, Henry Lee Jr. 9th was Geronimo Bararaco, and Cheng Chi-on rounded out the top 10. So 11th fastest in the end was Tang Chi-lun, ahead of Lam Chun, Hu Heng, and then Ran Wong 14th. Deng Bao Wei was ahead of Un King Wang and Tian Kai. 18th fastest was Sang Chi Lung. Ip Tak Meng 19th, and 20th quickest Zhang Han Biao, who one might have expected to be a little bit further up the order than that. 21st, Lam Chin Pang ahead of Li Jingwei, Wu Yang Zhengwei and Cao Chia Hong rounding out the times. So that brings to a close the TCR Asia Challenge, and next will be the Macau Roadsport contingent. A very, very busy entry of those cars. They'll be next on track in a few minutes' time.
重排放裝場，然後嚟接觸過我哋嘅清楚填海咧，喺彎心裏面發現嘅時候咧，其實已經係冇辦法時間中直接撞埋去。咁啊，兩部賽車其實個船體都比較唔錯，咁啊希望係可以及時修復到嘅賽車，可以參加咧就稍後進行嘅排位賽，排位賽12:10進行。時間方面其實係有啲緊迫㗎，係唔夠3個鐘嘅時間啦，俾車隊嘅技師去到賽車係進行修復嘅。咁然後稍後啦就即刻會進行嘅咧，就係奧運路車電戰賽嘅自由練習賽㗎。奧運路車電戰賽嘅自由練習賽咧，亦都會喺度稍後。
Attention in the panel. Attention in the panel. Macau Roadsport Challenge competitors. 1 minute to start free practice. Macau Roadsport Challenge competitors. 1 minute to start free practice.
小姐呢度，係 hello， 係啦。
So Macau Roadsport Challenge cars have left pit lane. They've got half an hour of free practice on this day one of a 2-weekend event this year, celebrating the 70th Macau Grand Prix. Now, the Macau Roadsport Challenge is one of the mainstays of the calendar from year to year of the Macau Grand Prix, but has a slightly different look this year. The regulations involve Subarus and Toyotas this year, and for many years we've had a bit of a mix of Subarus and Mitsubishis and all sorts of different manufacturers, David. This year it is predominantly Toyota GR86s, which we've got taken to the circuit for the Roadsport Challenge, but they are joined by some Subarus as well, so maybe half a dozen Subarus.
Yeah, the regulations, as you say, now, rather than it being a sort of open house, are, and possibly this is to modernise it, but also have a more Group N type feel to the regulations. It is purely for Toyota GR86s and the Subaru BRZ. Now, the Macau Roadsport Championship runs over 4 double-header events, and you take part in that, and therefore qualify for the 2 races over the Grand Prix weekend. Now, at the end of the 4 race
prize, isn't it?
It is. At the end of the 4 race championship, drivers in Group A or Group B who are 16th or lower race in the Roadsport Challenge this weekend, and those that are in the top 15 in Group A or Group B go into the 70th anniversary challenge next week. So to say that this is for the not so successful drivers is true enough, but you have got some race winners in this. But the race that will have the same cars, the Subarus and the Toyotas, next weekend is for those that have done better within the championship. But as I say, we've still got 1, 2, 3 drivers that have taken outright race wins this year, but for myriad reasons haven't been able to feature in the championship. Again, though, even though these are very much the local amateur drivers, car presentation absolutely outstanding, and you can anticipate that we're going to have a really interesting race here with 1 or 2 new names on the Macau winners list.
It's also quite interesting to see new cars on the gear circuit, isn't it? We've not seen the Toyotas take to the Macau circuit before, and a good-looking car, and as you say, quite rightly, the thought that goes into the livery, the presentation of the cars for this weekend, it's a big part of it. It's a huge thing for local drivers, local teams to be competing around the gear circuit. They really only have one opportunity to compete here a year. This is for the Macau Grand Prix weekend, which is normally 4 days and 1 weekend. We've got the added bonus of having 2 weekends this year, this weekend and next weekend, and that celebrates the decade. So we had a 2-weekender for the 60th celebration, another one for the 70th celebration, and make no mistake, next weekend is going to be pretty special. But just being on the gear circuit is going to be pretty special for these drivers, just to be able to compete on the circuit that is in their region, where they live in the world, be it from Hong Kong, from China, or from Macau. To compete on the gear circuit is something very special if you're a race driver, and therefore the thought that goes into the presentation of the cars is not just by accident. They get sponsors for this weekend like no other, and all reflected on the bright and shiny liveries that we've got.
Absolutely right. 21 there is Ivan Sito, Hong Kong driver with his Toyota GR86. 30 minutes for the session. Keep off the wall, keep out of trouble. We've had lots of red flags already today, with neither of the previous sessions actually going to a checkered flag. They've both been abandoned early because of late session stoppages. But one hopes that the Roadsport drivers will be attentive, and at the end of this lap we'll start to get 1 or 2 lap times offered up, so we can start to see really what these cars are going to be capable of. Of course, the Roadsport Challenge in recent years has been a real mix of car. 1 or 2 older shapes, but it has, even though they've been called road sports, allowed levels of modification that these cars don't allow. These are far more, if you like, improved production, Group N style. Yes, they're quick, yes, they're proper racing cars, but they are far more standard than some of the modified production saloon type regulations that we've seen over the years. And as number 2, Rolly Sham, comes up towards the line, ahead of him to set the benchmark time is Ivan Sito, and he does a 2:58.5 then as the first flying lap time. But behind him, it's not that busy as yet. Somewhere out on the mountain course, I think there's going to be a whole wave of cars, because we've lost them all.
Yeah, they're in splendid isolation at the moment, aren't they? So that's the car that's currently top of the times, Ivan Sito, who has completed just 1 flying lap, but only those 2 cars have completed their flying lap. So there is a bit of a queue, as David said, running up towards the Melco hairpin and then to the final section of the circuit. Well, the first of those comes through now, and that's the 66 car, goes 3rd. Cha Da Ching in the Subaru. Say half a dozen Subarus in this field, the rest of them all Toyota GR86s.
Yeah, the Subaru hasn't caught on in quite the same way, has it? But that's not to say that they're not going to be quick.
I like the look of the GR86 on the circuit. We got so used to watching the back of Mitsubishis, didn't we, with Evo 8s, 9s, 10s, that we've been running for the last 10 years at least around the Macau circuit, and doing a great job, and beyond as well. But with just Toyotas and Subarus, go on.
Now, we've got the car there that's hit the wall. If you look at the suspension, it's all crabbing.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what he's managed to hit, because he's presumably either gone very, very wide going through reservoir and then come across the road, or something has broken. But there's the answer. He has been accosted. So 41 is involved. That's Vincent Ip. And who's the other one? 66, was that?
I think was it 86?
Possibly.
I'm not sure.
We're about to find out how the accident happened. There's contact coming into the corner. Kabam! That's a very big hit.
It was a big hit, yeah.
And across the road, and then hiding out of sight. But the contact from Vincent Ip So the session carries on because both of those cars, for the moment, out of harm's way. If it was 86, it was Yu Kam Chung, wasn't it?
Yeah, but I'm not sure. No, there's too much debris on the circuit, isn't there? Yeah, so a red flag, I'm afraid. So the session halted. Cars on their way back to pit lane, only with one flying lap completed. And we have now, this is the third free practice session of day one, and we've yet to complete one session without a single intervention from the red flag. So that's the car that sits on top, Ivan Sito, in his Toyota 258.546. Yeah, there was quite a lot of debris on the circuit as well, wasn't there? So even if the cars could be out of harm's way and be recovered while the cars were still going around, there's still a fair bit of sweeping to be done. And that was, as you say, that was a pretty hard hit, wasn't it, into the barrier?
It was. I don't think that car's going to come back out again.
No.
Because, you know, qualifying or a race, that was a very, very big hit. So everybody back to the pit lane. And Yu Kam Chung, the Hong Kong driver.
It was, yeah.
With a very badly damaged car indeed.
Yeah. So two cars involved, Yu Kam Chung and Vincent Ip. And the rest of the field making their way back to pit lane once again. And it being free practice, the clock will continue to count down. So under 20 minutes now. It's just gone under 20 minutes, so we're into the second third of this free practice session.
Number 8 of Tam Ying Fat, that car being pushed backwards, ready to resume. There is the car that's topping the times at the moment, the Yu Fung Store entry of Ivan Sito.
See what I mean by the fact that this weekend can attract so many sponsors.
Yeah.
And the car absolutely coated with sponsors is a really good thing to see, because it's not just local television coverage that they get, it's not just the local crowd that pour in and fill the grandstands over the course of this weekend and next weekend. It's global TV. It's a global live stream in multiple languages. I said rather stupidly when we were coming to the boxes, the commentary boxes this morning, you said, how many commentary boxes are here? And I said, I don't know, about a dozen. Well, I've counted them. It's about a dozen and you get halfway.
Yeah.
It's a huge amount of commentary boxes which have all sorts of different languages that cover over the live stream and go to various different parts of the world. And it always impresses me greatly that the Macau Grand Prix weekend is very often on the same weekend as a Formula One Grand Prix. And the amount of teams that watch the action from Macau whilst at the Grand Prix, which historically has been the US Grand Prix, but is not this weekend. It's the next weekend. It's the Las Vegas Grand Prix, isn't it, for the first time? But the Formula One teams absolutely love tuning in and finding out what's going on here, because it is such a unique event.
Absolutely.
There's nothing like it in the world.
And you also know that when there's drama, it's big drama, because it's rare that you have a small off here. And those are two crippled cars, one very badly damaged indeed. Lo Hung Pyu gets set to rejoin the session. He has been a regular in the championship this year in the 778 Autosport car. There, number 53, being pushed back.
Chi Leung.
Yeah. Mike, as he has westernised himself, you saw on the side of the car. But many of the drivers do. They take a sort of Western first name. There, number 9, Sunny Ko. And 77 is the car of Lam Hong Fai.
Yeah, that was one that when we were looking at the cars yesterday to identify liveries and that sort of thing, you did need spectacles, sunglasses to have a look at it. It really is very bright indeed. 66 is the car of Che Da-Xing, and away for the cameras is big. It's a big moment when the television cameras come into view and the cars are down in pit lane or in the paddock. A wave to the crowd is a wave to their sponsors, is a wave to their friends and family. It's it's a big moment for a racing driver, a local racing driver to be competing here. It's a big thing for international drivers to be competing.
Well, very true, yes. 23 is Wong Cheng Tong, who has taken a win this year in the Roadsport Challenge Championship. 54 of Chang Ka Ping talking to the team. Number 29, the macXony driver, Lo Hu Fong, gets set to go.
Session's going to get underway on short call, so that's good news. That means that they have cleared everything, and we could well get a 20-second. Well, they haven't quite cleared everything, but they need to be standing by. They're not well, are they?
That car ain't going to be out again.
No, I think you might be right.
That's just wrecked. I mean, it's,
Yeah.
the suspension has gone, the shell has gone.
Yeah, yeah, that's a very big hit, which is sad to see on day one, isn't it?
Yeah.
So 2 recovery vehicles recovered, 2 stricken cars. What about the 41 car, the car of Vincent Titt?
That didn't look too bad.
Didn't look too bad.
I think that's more suspension.
Yeah.
But he might get looked at for an involvement in the incident, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
22, Lam Kan San, the macXony's driver, gets ready to go. And a bit of sweeping up on the outside, but it shows you how much force there was in that accident, because the barrier that he hit was on the left as you look, and the car ended up on the far right, even out of shot, sort of went in the gap. So
went across 4 carriageways.
Yes, quite indeed. Big hit indeed. Number 9 then, Sunny Ko, getting ready to rejoin the session. And because this is, as Alan has rightly said, a free practice session, the clock carries on ticking. If we end up with this situation in the qualifying part of the day, the clock will stop. But there isn't an endless amount of time here, because the roads have to open bang on 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock until 6 o'clock, the circuit has it, and 6 o'clock until 6 o'clock, normal life has it. And it's a quite bizarre experience. If you want to do a track walk, that's a really difficult thing to do, because when it's a track, it's active, and when it's not a track, it's active with everyday cars, buses, motorbikes, and you take your life in your hands when you do a track walk. I've done one once. It was a very hot experience. I wish I'd taken more water. Don't do it in the heat of the day. Things I learned the first year I came to Macau.
Well, at the start of the week, there was the fun run. Was it on Monday?
Yes.
With people taking part, about 2,000 people, I think, doing the run around the circuit, which is 6 kilometres and change.
You'd have liked that.
I would.
Yeah.
I was planning on doing it if I could have done it, at the end of activity before 6 o'clock. But circumstances have rather changed that. Right, the wrecked car there, you can see of Yu Kam Chung is on the back of the flatbed. Slippery track at pit exit, the teams are being warned about, because liquid spilt from that car will be down on the ground, but the car just being secured, and in a moment that will leave the track and we'll be ready for the resumption of the session. So they're going to get probably 12.5 minutes realistically. That's about your lot, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. And they'll be keen to get back out on track just as soon as they possibly can to make the most of free practice. When do they qualify? Well, they qualify today at 1:15. So there is precious little time to repair damaged cars between now and the start of qualifying. This condensed 2-day first weekend sees free practice and qualifying all happening today, and racing from 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. How do we go racing from 8 o'clock tomorrow morning? Because we have a qualification race for the F4 cars. They have been the headline event for the last 3 years here at Macau, and they'll be getting up bright and early to have an 8-lap race at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and then the final race at 3:40 tomorrow afternoon, again Formula 4. These cars tomorrow will race at 10:20 in the morning, and they qualify this afternoon at 1:15. Local time here, 9:53 in the morning. Sunny, a little bit hazy, sun glinting down on the water on the far side of the paddock, where normal day-to-day Macau life continues, and they are on short call. The cars we know have both been recovered on the back of recovery vehicles heading back to the paddock. So as soon as they go, we can go green, and we do. So green flag is waved, and the session back underway over just under 12 minutes of the session.
So it's all a bit frantic, people trying to get out and make sure that they have got clear track space. But honestly, I wouldn't worry about doing a time here. Just learn the circuit, just get the mileage in, get the confidence up.
Yeah.
Now is not the time to be a hero. We've just seen one or two drivers being caught out. Now people almost tripping over themselves in their zealotry to leave the pit lane. So the mixed grid of Toyota GR86s, Subaru BRZs then leaves the pit lane, and the road becomes busy once more as the drivers head down towards the fast right Mandarin.
I wish they'd calm down a little bit, actually, because they have all left at the same time, haven't they? And if there's going to be a problem, it's going to be when you've got so many cars running in such close proximity.
But you know what people think?
I know.
I'll get ahead of him, I'll get ahead of him, I'll push on, then I've got the track to myself. And while they're doing that, without building up tyre warmth or pressure, strife can suddenly be encountered.
Well, let's hope it doesn't.
Indeed so.
Let's keep our fingers crossed.
So far, so good. They've got around 2 corners.
They have done, and 2 tricky ones as well.
Indeed, indeed. So Ivan Sito and Roli Sham are the 2 at the top of the times. And the 3rd placed driver currently is Chen Da-Xing. And then 4th, it is Lo Hun Pugh.
So, Ivan Sito is top of the times with only those 2 flying laps completed before we had the intervention of the red flag, and with under 10 minutes of the session remaining, remarkably, with only 2 flying laps on the board, we're into the final third of this half-an-hour session, and it's a busy one. So for this final third, I think it's going to remain pretty busy like this. All of the cars leaving the pit lane at the same time. There would have been a fair bit of heat still in the tyres, so they don't have the same front cold heating up the tyres that they had at the start of the session. But they'll be, I think, pretty much going to be going straight on to quite a meaningful lap at the end of this one.
Now there you see, again, you've got that problem of one driver trying to back off, get warmth into the tyres, others trying to push and almost meeting in the middle, but I think they've sorted themselves out. 66, Chen Da-Xing was the one slowing a little bit.
Because in these situations they utilise overtaking positions that aren't normally overtaking positions, so yeah, just to get that track position.
You see it in so many categories these days, people slow and look to try to get clear track space. There are regulations now in place at certain circuits that you can't do it in given parts, because all it does is create drama behind.
Yes.
But with what we've got 8.5 minutes of the session to go, they're going to get probably 1 flying lap in at this rate, maybe 2 if they're lucky, if they're at the head of the queue. That's a great shot though, that, isn't it? Shows you how busy the road is, and that just exudes Macau. The crane, the hairpin, the tightness, the proximity of the barriers, the high-rise buildings towering over the circuit.
To be honest, as soon as I see the yellow and black barriers, it's a feeling. And I came over the bridge, this amazing bridge that runs from Hong Kong International Airport that you used yesterday. It's only been in operation for 5 years, I think, and it's only the 2nd time that I've been on it. But to get to my hotel, I had to go, we had to go, the driver went on the track, and they were testing the lights.
Okay.
So we went underneath the starting gantry, and the red lights were on.
Did he slow down?
So he didn't slow down. I sped up to try and get my phone out to get the shot. I did just in time. You do feel special. I was only in a taxi.
Oh, I tell you. Well, I mean, last night it was dark when I arrived, and yes, coming over the line, over the buildings. But where else can you suddenly turn a corner and you're on a racetrack?
It's so
very,
cool,
very few
isn't
places.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
This is such a unique place, and the yellow and black, the corporate colours of the Macau Grand Prix, are just so evocative. As soon as you see a picture, you know exactly where you are in the world.
And the good thing is that everybody in Macau embraces it. It's not like some street races where it's still considered an interruption, a burden, a frustration.
Yes,
okay, it does affect what you can do between 6 and 6. but the benefits and also the history of it are such that everybody just, yeah, it's great. It's racing car week.
And on the plus side, you don't need to set your alarm clock.
No.
You will be waking up at 7:30, whatever happens.
But actually 4:30, because the man outside my window clanging barriers into place this morning had a fair old range with his hammer.
did he, by Joe?
He did. But anyway, hopefully the barriers won't have been affected too much and they won't need clanging back into place tomorrow morning. At the moment there, you can see number 29, which is Lau Fong, McAnally's driver. 84 in the back of that shot is Chan Chat Gien, another of the Hong Kong contingent, and another of the Toyota drivers that we have on track for the Macau Roadsport Challenge. And it's quite a nice way that they've done this, of splitting the championship, if you like, in half. So the top 15 drivers from A and B groups race next week. But it gives these drivers a chance to actually pitch for an outright win,
yes, and
on the gear circuit, which isn't something that ordinarily they would do. They might be fighting for the scraps. Here they can absolutely fight for a race win.
Well, that's one of the familiarities, standing on the podium at Macau, and as of last year, we've got this very impressive, still in the same place, but we've got this newly designed podium with a huge LED screen. It's massive, absolutely immense. It goes up, we can't see the top of it, but it's as tall as it is wide, and it's a very impressive new podium that we've got here. Every year at Macau, something is new.
Yeah, it's true.
And they've thought about something and thought, okay, well, so this year we've got this new building that we've been talking about for the press, for the world's press, and that involves as well the backdrop to the interview table for the top three is another huge LED screen. Right. So it's all the attention to making the Macau Grand Prix a more and more immersive experience for fans around the world. It's hugely impressive.
Because the international reach grows and it grows and it grows, and in the days now of social media, of live stream, of being able to watch it wherever, whenever and however in the world, it's no wonder that Macau is taken to a far, far bigger audience. It's not something that happened at a weekend and then you might read about later in the week.
No, that's true.
In the motorsport press. Right, we have got now 4.5 minutes on the clock, and nice little battle pack there, look, going through a reservoir. That's how it should be done, where the cars are able to run together closely, and they're starting now a flying lap as number 29 heads
busy,
that queue.
isn't it?
It is busy.
That's really busy.
But as long as they're all sensible about it. And number 2 in the background is Roly Sham, who is second in the times. So they, yeah. Oh, no, they're not being sensible, because there's another one in the barrier, and he's going to hit another wall, and the driver behind slows and gets hit and gets turned around, and it's a mess, and that'll be another red flag. That was number 30 that didn't slow in time, Lo Hyung Pugh, and 2 separate accidents, red flag, and again, that's not going to be resumed, is it?
That's going to be the end, yeah. I was just about to say, they need to take care in a big pack like that, because otherwise we're not going to have any more improvements. And we didn't, because on the previous lap there were personal improvements, but no purple sectors, so no overall improvements. And the result of that is that we now have at least 2 very damaged cars that potentially won't be out for qualifying this afternoon.
Right, so have a look, because number 30 is the one that just doesn't slow and hits hard. So the bronze car, which there you can see gets shoveled around into the wall, had done the right thing by slowing and then got hit by Lo Hong Pugh, who was on a quick lap. And again, the session will not be resumed.
And so the marshals will do their best to get the track clear as soon as is possible.
So which was the first one that we lost? Was it Chan Kar Ping 54 that was the blue and white one?
I don't know. We need another angle. I think so, yeah. I think it was.
I was kind of waiting for the next big impact rather than concentrating on numbers.
Yeah. I think you're right, but we'll wait until we see another camera angle, probably when the car is being lifted onto the recovery vehicle.
Lo Hong Pugh, in a sense, the car just up the road there, has a case to answer, because he was the one that didn't slow, but then I think he was pretty much unsighted anyway, and he was, you know, in traffic. He wouldn't necessarily have known what was going on ahead.
So when we say there are cranes at every corner, there are. All of the corners where there are inevitably going to be incidents over the course of a Macau Grand Prix weekend, there are these huge bits of lifting equipment that are in place, ready to go. So we have a result, and it's an odd result because we've only had 5 laps.
Yeah, Ivan Sito tops the times from Roli Sham and Chen Daxing. 4th fastest now with damage. Lo Hong Piu ahead of Lam Hong Fai, and then 6th quickest Tse Ka Hing. 7th fastest Chan Ka Ping from Yun Chut Lun, Lam Kan San, and then Kenneth Wong rounding out the top 8 in the times. And again, there's going to be a bit of clearing up to be done. So that will eat into the next few minutes before we get cars back on track for the next session. And it's going to be time to turn our attention to GT cars next.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Greater Bay Area GT4 competitors. 10 minutes to start free practice. Greater Bay Area GT4 competitors. 10 minutes to start free practice.
So GT4 free practice coming up very, very shortly. Less than a week's time. Greater Bay Area GT4. We've got 30 minutes of free practice. After that, we've got 30 minutes of free practice. Greater Bay Area GT3 cars. Just to wrap up the last session.
We have two helpings of GT cars this weekend for the 70th Macau Grand Prix. The Greater Bay Area GT Cup has a GT3 and a GT4 entry, and it's GT4 that will be coming to the circuit first. There you can see the cars all lined up in the holding area, ready to go. A great mix of BMW, Ginetta, Toyota, McLaren, Mercedes AMG, Porsche, KTM. What have I missed? Did I say Audi? We've got the Audi R8 in there, and Lotus as well with the Emira. It is mainly a local entry, although British driver Adam Christodoulou has got to start as one of the favourites. And further proof of how GT4 has really come of age over the last few years, that here is yet another standout grid, and the cars heading to the circuit with number 27 Mercedes of Zhu Gao ready to lead them away. The Ginetta there, the G56, which is of Lokar Chun. Sorry, the G55 is one of the older cars, forgive me, one of the G55s. The BMW just going through the shot of Lung Yao Wei, which always looked huge compared to some GT cars, but the M4 is a serious bit of kit. You've got the Toyota GR Supra in the mix as well. So there's an awful lot here to keep us entertained, and great diversity across GT4 ranks.
We like GT cars around the gear circuit here at Macau, and they kind of look at home.
Yeah.
And we've got, as you say, GT4 cars first of all. GT3 cars are coming up, and do you know, I just wonder if before GT3 cars had ever been around the gear circuit at Macau, whether people said, no, it will never work. They'll never get, for example, around the hairpin.
Yeah.
They'll never do this, they'll never do that. They are spectacular, absolutely spectacular.
And don't think that because these are GT4 and not as powerful as GT3, they are lesser. It's a bit like F4 compared to F3, you know. Yes, they're not as powerful, but they still deliver very, very good racing indeed. And GT4, which has been around for getting on for 20 years now,
Yeah.
not quite, but not far off, was a really slow burn, and gradually there'd be a season where it would pick up, and then it would struggle to build, and it would try again, and SRO persevered with the concept. The Dutch got hold of the European series and ran it, and the Dutch GT Championship was purely for GT4, and it worked, but it never quite made that breakthrough. And what really kick-started it, oddly, was Porsche, because Porsche wanted to sell a car that was dubbed the GT4. They had the 911 GT3. They wanted the GT4 tag for the Cayman. And in the course of organising all of this, they discovered that the GT4 name had been trademarked by SRO, and said to Stefan, we'd like to use the GT4 name for one of our cars, please. Can we do a deal? And the answer was, well, yeah, of course, but why don't you build a GT4 car for GT4 racing? And Porsche went away and had a think and came back and said, yeah, OK, we can possibly see that. And as soon as people started buying Porsches, all the other manufacturers thought, hang on, we need to be in this party. Mercedes, McLaren, BMW, the rest. And they all followed. And so now there are this huge number of GT4 cars all around the world. And it's still growing. The KTM is a really quirky one, but it's nice to have the variety on the grid. Number 10 there of Patricio Wu, that's the McLaren 570S. That's now been superseded by the Artura, but it's still a competitive car. Brian Lai with his Ginetta G55 is out on the track. You've got the Toyota GR Supras, which again always look quite big, but they're good, rapid cars. That shot alone, you've got Toyota and McLaren. Going all the way around the outside, especially
unusual as well.
Yeah, when you've got the hairpin looming.
Yeah.
There's a pit lane infringement from Wang Wai Hong. He's being reported to the stewards already. I suspect it's the blend line again.
Yeah, which is, I guess, easy to do because we've seen it a few times during sessions this morning already. And it's only day 1 of 6 over this weekend and next weekend, so I dare say we'll see it a few times more. We've got drivers that are well known to the Macau circuit to the gear circuit competing this weekend. And as they now are about to go on to the first of their flying laps, we are soon to get the first of the meaningful laps. That's Lisboa. That's a much tighter corner than perhaps you might think it is on television. Then into San Francisco, up San Francisco Hill they go now towards Maternity, and then into the left-hander, which will be Teddy Ip, a name synonymous with Macau and the Macau Grand Prix as well. And then they begin to rise, that's the left-hander, and then they begin to get into the section of the circuit which really is incredibly tight. The Solitude S's, the right, the left, the right, the left, and up Faraway Hill to eventually emerge another tight right-hander at Police. And this part of the circuit is so difficult to pass, and you don't want to make a mistake, and that was a bit of a sideways moment, wasn't it, for Chu Ju Yao, and lucky to get away with that. I think tyres maybe not fully up to temperature on this second lap out on the circuit. And already
that's one of the KTMs, isn't it, coming out of reservoir.
we've got two, haven't we?
Yeah.
That's the number 18 car.
It's moving, that's good. Right, 18 then is Duchen Yu, Z-Speed KTM. So the good thing is that that car, if it had had an off, has got going again at least. And at the end of this lap, we'll start to see lap times offered up. How did he get there? Did he fall? Was he pushed? He completely fell.
Already going, yeah.
Yeah. Head of the Cayman and clangs the guardrail.
Yeah, a bit of a touch.
Yeah.
Not too heavy. Car ended up in the middle of the track. And you're right, they're a great looking car, aren't they? Interesting looking car.
Yeah, I hope we get a shot of the cars in the pit lane, the KTM,
Yeah.
because if you've not seen it, the bodywork is quite remarkable because it goes up and it goes forward.
Yes.
And it's a very strange way of addressing a door situation. Right, the BMW here then of Leung Yan Wang up towards the timing line to go fastest, 2:47.684. That's the target time then. Last year in the GT4 races, it was Liang Jiatong's Lamborghini that won both elements. In fact, now is Liang Jiatong in the entry. He carries number 1, and he is another of the BMW drivers this year. So big switch from Lamborghini to BMW. Slippery surface flag out there, possibly because of a bit of debris on the racetrack.
And Leung Yan Wang in car number 6, top of the times, is a driver who has been competing here at Macau for a long time in various different disciplines, and tops the times after just one flying lap. I think the award now needs to go to any session today that could get through the entirety of 30 minutes without some kind of red flag intervention, because we have yet to be able to do that.
Indeed. Adam Christodoulou up to 3rd fastest.
Doesn't that Lotus look cool?
It does, very definitely.
As cool as it gets.
Indeed. And Adam Christodoulou knows how to drive anything.
Oh, yes.
Another product of British single-seater racing before going off to the States, but these days really known for being a GT driver, part of the Mercedes crew for many seasons. There, over the line, is last year's winner then, Liang Jiatong, in colours that you'll see next week as well. BMW and Rover Racing livery. It's been successful in GT3 this year, and second fastest, 2:48.144. So he's about half a second back on the top time, but Liang Jiatong now looking very rapid indeed as he goes through Mandarin down towards Lisboa.
Looks good, doesn't it? The car bouncing around, skipping around, but looks very stable indeed. And this the fast part of the circuit on the run down towards the right-hander to start to climb up through the twisty, tight section of the gear circuit. But look very nimble around Lisboa.
And there's another of the quick BMs. That is Leung Yan Wang, who is the fastest and will go quicker again here, because not only has he got the road to himself, but he's also done absolute bests and personal bests across the sectors. So it's looking good for him here. He's still getting the tyres up to temperature, still getting the pressures up as well. So there's more to come as long as the session is allowed to run its full course. And I don't mean that by race control. I mean by other drivers doing odd things. KTM limps to the pit lane. Over the line goes the BMW then. And that lap is now 2:41 from Leung Yan Veng. And we've got a Ginetta facing the wrong way. No, it's facing the right way, but it's ground to a halt. That is Chan Chi-ho. Now, where's he done that? That's coming out of Lisboa, isn't it?
It is, just going up towards San Francisco, so halfway in between, which is not a place for an accident. It's a place for a car to stop, I think.
That's a place for an accident. That's coming out of Reservoir.
You took the words out of my mouth.
That's a red flag.
Yeah.
And the Mercedes that we have lost.
Yellow flag.
Well, we can have a stoppage with the debris on the road, aren't we, surely?
So, yeah.
Zhu Yao is the driver that's got it wrong. So the Mercedes just loses the back. There's no stopping it. It comes across the road and crunch. And it's frontal damage, but you can see the debris just gets thrown across the racetrack. Red flag.
Didn't actually look that heavier.
No.
Heavier bash,
You're
did
right.
it?
You're right.
And that car, I think, has just come to a stop.
Yeah, I was wondering whether it had had an incident sort of clattering against the barrier and then limped out of the corner. But
finished.
Either way.
We shall see.
Yeah.
But, yeah, you're right. So 100% record so far today for having a red flag during a session. The fourth session of the day for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup is briefly halted. We go into the second third of the session. 2 flying laps completed. Car number 6, Leung Yan Veng, top of the times. The 70th Racing team, BMW M4 is currently quickest. Car number 99 is second quickest, Low Car Chung.
And there is the fastest of the cars then, the BMW, making its way up towards Donna Maria, heading towards the pit lane. And again, a case of getting the battered car off the road, the track swept as quickly as possible. We've had the first 10 minutes elapse now. And they're real proof of how Macau life carries on. As the car comes into the pit lane, in the lane next to it, there's the taxi arriving.
It's a great shot, that, isn't it? When you see normal life in the background. It's one of the things that just makes Macau such a unique place. And I love that shot. Absolutely love it.
Right, that's the legacy of the incident to the KTM. The Z-Speed car has had a whack. You see what I mean about the bodywork? Up and push it forward.
It's amazing, isn't it? Yeah.
Down the pit road comes Brian Lye's charismatic Ginetta, or charismatically coloured Ginetta.
So, yeah, I was looking for the colour, the predominant colour, and I described it as crayon, because when you look up close, it is crayon. That's
like it.
A great wrap for the car.
Yeah.
It looks spectacular when you're up close.
So Marshall's on track just to make sure that the drivers know they're heading for the pit lane. Again, the marshalling force up early. The track closed to the public at 6 o'clock, but so many people have to be here even in advance of that, so that race control is functioning for 6, so that the media centre is functioning at 6 o'clock. It's not a place to be if you want to lie in.
Yes, circuit inspection is 6:30 in the morning, so marshals, you very often see them out on post 6 o'clock in the morning. They've taken a packed breakfast as opposed to a packed lunch, and they're sitting there getting ready for the day. It's a long, hard day, and it's hot. You know they're going to be busy. Sometimes you might have a marshal's post over the course of a race weekend in Europe. They don't really have to do anything over the course of today because they don't have an incident. You can be assured, if you are a marshal at Macau, you're going to be busy. It's going to be a busy day for sure. That's 71. That's Michael Lay in the 71 Audi. Just having a chat to the team.
It's quite nice to see Audis in GT4 because they've not been as numerous over the recent years, but they're still a very rapid proposition. Kenny Chung's Ginetta you saw, and there is 83. That was the Ginetta that parked on track of Chan Chi-ho, and that gets put behind the barriers. Again, I like that shot of Lisboa with the shops on the inside. I always imagine a little Hello, lady out doing her shopping, suddenly finding a parked racing car. What's this wretched thing doing here? It's in my way. But everyday life continues.
It does, yeah, very much so. I mean, for everyday life to continue while the Grand Prix is on, you have to do a few extra steps in your day because there are bridges and tunnels running all the way around the circuit, and you can get it wrong and end up doing a lot more miles than you actually needed to if you take the wrong little walkway to get over to the other side of the road. But businesses carry on, the shops carry on, the restaurants, the plethora of restaurants that you've got so many cuisines represented here at Macau.
Bars, casinos, the nightlife. It's a very, very vibrant place indeed. And there's number 17, which is Terence Say's Mercedes, gets set to go out once again. The clock ticks on down, and we are almost now at the halfway point. It's 15 and a half more minutes to go. 30 minutes, 45 minutes for free practice, you think is quite generous. You don't get that many laps anyway, but I can't remember, in recent years anyway, a day quite like this, where every session has been interrupted, and some, of course, more than once.
I do remember it, because generally there have been days when I've been commentating on my own.
Ah, right.
So they kind of stay in the memory.
Let me just check my sympathy out for you.
Is it running low?
It is very low.
Yeah.
The sole Porsche, the 718 GT4 RS CS, RS Club Sport, the Cayman in other words, of Zheng Jian Fang. Another great colour scheme on that car. It's operated by the RSR team, which is a good name for a Porsche team. Other drivers in the pit lane posing for the cameras. So as soon as the session will be back underway. After this, there is GT3, and then after that, the day shifts itself towards qualifying, of course, for tomorrow's races.
Have a brief break before that, don't we? The scheduled break. The end of GT3 should be around about 11:30 if the session gets underway, and then 10 past 12 we get qualifying underway for the TCR cars, TCR Asia Challenge. Half an hour for qualifying 1, and then 15 minutes for qualifying 2. So in a 15-minute qualifying session, you've got to make it count. So you've got to get the tyres up to temperature, brakes, all of those things. And 15 minutes is a very short amount of time to be on the gear circuit. As you say, 6.1 kilometres. It's not a short circuit, this. So they're all getting a chance now down in pit lane to wave to the world as the camera crew make their way down. Just about to enjoy some of the liveries that are dreamt up for this weekend. And straight away we're back underway.
Excellent.
So that's quick work by the marshals and the recovery units as well. Green flag is waved, although they're saying that on the screen. I can't see activity in pit lane. Do you think that might have come up on the screen a bit early? It certainly said a green flag, but no one is moving in pit lane. So I wonder. That's the 6th car of Leung Wang, who is top of the times, 2:41.805. No, it was green.
Yeah, I just think some of the teams weren't quite ready.
Weren't ready for it.
Simple as that, yeah.
Which is good as far as having them a bit more spaced out, potentially. Having said that, it's a car park. They only have 12.5 minutes of this free practice session remaining.
So Liang Jiatong leads them out, and Leung Wang behind him. So the two BMWs go toe-to-toe, and then you've got the first of the two Lotuses of Lau Kai Law behind, number 75. And again, look, straight away, you've got people being heroes. Never mind the fact that the tyres are cold. Never mind the fact that the pressures have dropped. I've got to get to the front. I've got to get to the front. And you know what's going to happen. Look, that Lotus absolutely dancing all over the road. He's up the inside. Got to get past the BMW. Can't possibly sit behind another car. Well, it worked, but honestly, that's why we end up with all these incidents.
I was quite lucky that did work. Yeah.
But, you know, I know people want clear track space. I know they want to push on. But really? when you know the perils of doing that at Macau, is it really worth running the gauntlet like that? Clearly for some, it must be. So up San Francisco Hill, and we've got strife already because 33
The LG Ren
has stopped. The Parkview motor, well, it lives up to its name. It's parked and it's viewing, but the Parkview Ginetta has stopped handily near an access gate, so the marshals might be able to get that out of the way quickly, but not a good session for Ginettas, this.
No, it's not. No, that's disappointing to see because Ginetta are such an interesting manufacturer, aren't they?
Yeah.
They really are, because they're not, although UK based, they're not. They don't just sell and drive in the UK. They are a global brand, and that's going nowhere, is it? Not now.
Not without
it's got
a driver.
no driver.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Ginetta's history goes back decades, but it really is of late that it's become a more prominent manufacturer through its motorsport activities and running predominantly one-make championships, but has always been a GT4 provider. So yellow flag in that first sector, which is quite a long sector. There are 5 sectors to the lap, by the way, around Macau. The Toyota getting a little bit caught up in the traffic there is one-way Hong's car, and that's got them all stacked up behind, including Li Yanhan's BMW.
Red flag.
Oh, again.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So.
That surprises me a bit. I would have thought that possibly that car could have been moved, but maybe it's getting marshalled onto the track.
They wouldn't do a live push, so short of the car being lifted, which could potentially be done live, I think, then yeah, marshals will not be required to get on the circuit. They do enough brave things over the course of the weekend.
True. So there's a healthy Ginetta, number 77, which is Law Kim Ho's car. But the marshals quickly having to scramble back onto the circuit.
That was only the outlet, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, yeah, onwards and inwards into pit lane.
Makes you wonder what the dramas could be with the Ginetta, that having been in the pits for so long, it's fine, it fires up, it goes out on track, and then suddenly grinds to a halt.
Yeah, no, it's a bit perplexing, that one, but sadly, it necessitates another stop in the session, which is not good news for getting into a rhythm, to putting some meaningful laps together. And bear in mind, even if you're a seasoned gear circuit driver, like Leung Yan Weng is on pole position, fastest time, you would still like to be able to put in a few laps to remind yourself of the circuit that you raced on last 364 days ago. So it's
So we're being told again the session will be resumed on short notice.
Yeah, that shouldn't take long.
No, as soon as that Ginetta is off the road. Kelvin Leung, I'm racking my brain to try and remember the westernised name that he preferred. Kelvin Leung, right, that makes life slightly simpler for us.
It does.
But he is at the moment the fastest. Yeah, winner of the Roadsport Challenge in the past, and Kelvin Leung, 2015 Macau Roadsport Challenge winner. He's raced in the Macau Touring Car Cup. He raced in the World Touring Car Championship races here. Won the Macau Touring Car Championship, so hugely experienced driver, but not necessarily so in GT terms. Now that's Crayon.
Look, that's Crayon.
Okay.
Yeah, the number 2 car, Crayon. Brian Lee in number 2. That's a good description, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
I couldn't think of any other way of saying it. So, as cars just slowly make their way down the pit lane, I think we can expect this to get back underway for what it's worth, because it's 7 minutes and 30 seconds of the session remaining. Well, it is worth it. Even one lap around the circuit is worth it. But interruptions in every session so far today. This is session 4 of the day. There is one more free practice session. So no pressure on the GT3s.
No, quite. But equally, everybody's got to behave in qualifying.
Didn't we have it last year that the best behaved session was the GT cars when they went out?
You might well be right.
I'm pretty sure it was, because we thought it might be a troublesome session, and it was quite the opposite.
Green flag showed. So with 6 3/4 minutes on the clock, those that are on their toes can go. And out will go Liang Jiatong. I mean, actually, the free practice sessions are there to give the drivers a chance to learn the circuit, the teams a chance to, if need be, work on setup. Every session has been so interrupted, I'm not really sure anybody has learned anything. They've not been able to get into a rhythm, they've not been able to come in and adjust anything particularly and go back out and try it. It really is just a case of trying to survive.
Is it? I was going to say you're driving to survive very much.
Yeah.
And that's not ideal for teams setting themselves up for qualifying this afternoon. No racing today, so once we have our short lunch break here at the circuit, just give the marshals a chance to have a bite to eat, a bit of a rest, and then we'll be qualifying all the way through this afternoon. The way the 4-day meeting works is a free practice day, then a qualifying day, and then a race day on Saturday and Grand Prix day on Sunday. What we've got today is free practice and qualifying and racing all day tomorrow.
So there, Kelvin Leung tucked up behind the Ginetta of Brian Lai, getting away from the next little wave of cars with Adam Christodoulou at the back of that. Adam, who should be there or thereabouts come the race, and certainly a potential victor of it. He'll be in that leading group for sure. So the fastest lap, still that 2 minutes 41 for Kelvin Leung, and Brian Lai ahead of him. Brian, somebody else that's done quite a bit of racing over the years. Formula Renault he took part in, the Asian Championship and the subsequent Super Challenge. And that's a Toyota with the problem now, and that is Han Li Chao's Phantom Pro Racing car.
Yeah, that's the reason for the white flag. Slow vehicle on course. So the marshals indicating with the white flag that there is the number 7 car limping around the circuit.
Like it's gone into, as you say, limp home.
Limp mode, yeah. That's what it looked like.
So 4 3/4 minutes to go.
Oh, we've got a purple. That's exciting. So in the middle sector, sector 3, only because unexpected really, just after the session gets underway. 75 is the car of Law Kai Law, and has put in the fastest overall sector in sector 3. Car currently in 6th place.
And that was the Lotus that was dancing about in the traffic on the restart, desperate to try and
get through. Get back up. Yeah.
And so now 2 purples. So Law Kai Law, as you say, is doing a pretty impressive job here, getting on with the programme.
So you're right to pick him out as being pretty urgent to press on. Clearly knew that the Lotus potentially would be able to dish up here.
And he was one of the later entries for the entry. There he is, number 75. So clearly eager to exploit the opportunity to race, and he's in the traffic and he's leaving nothing on the table. I mean, that is the sort of move you expect on the last lap of the race, not the first lap of free practice after a red flag. But he's cleared the traffic, and so now onto a proper flying lap, because that was only the out lap, don't forget, goes Law Kai Law. So that lap was 5 minutes and change because of the pit stop. Now he's got the clear road ahead of him. In the background is Adam Christodoulou's Lotus Emira, the sister car. There it is, you can see, third in the queue, and that's also now done a purple sector.
It's really interesting. This is the first chance we've got to see how they're going to be performing. I think the answer is performing pretty well over the course of this weekend. See the car skip around quite a lot, don't you?
But that part is bumpy anyway, and you know, these cars are limited in what they can do in terms of suspension compared to a GT3 car, and they're on the limit. So when they brake, it's heavy braking.
Oh yeah.
And certainly Law Kai Law,
no doubt about that, on the limit.
Is on the limit, yeah.
And very determined as well. Threading the car through, the 75, the Lotus, up towards the left-hander at Teddy Hill, then on towards the Solitude S's, but it's got the better of that little clutch of traffic. So this could be a really good one, couldn't it? Fastest overall in sectors 1 and 2. Just in the traffic now.
Yeah, that Supra limping on. I'm surprised it's not parked, but it is still going.
Yeah, that's going to be a slow lap home, isn't it? And the Lotus continues on its way. How neat and tidy can this lap be? And as you rightly say, with Adam Christodoulou just behind, although in terms of positions, just in front, because Adam is currently in 5th position in car 88, and Law Kai Law, who is going to go quickest, because 3 purple sectors now, sectors 1, 2 and 3. The Lotus you're looking at, it's up towards the Melco hairpin, or rather down towards the Melco hairpin.
You're right in what you said earlier about it being a good-looking car, that, and it's good to see,
those colours as well.
And it's good to see Lotus back, and I think GT4 is the perfect place for Lotus.
It is, yeah. This has been a real push lap, hasn't it? Goodness me.
Yeah.
If you're going to make it counts, then this is the lap to do it.
So anything in the 241s is good. Anything in the 240s is really good, and the 239 would be mega. And Lorkai Law is about to prove whether he's good, very good, or a mega. And he comes now down towards the R bend, the last corner on the lap, turns right, back onto the loud pedal, heading up towards the timing line. Now breaks the beam, and a 234.781. Wow. That's mega in capital letters.
That was a properly committed lap, wasn't it? You knew it. You picked it up early on. Keen to get ahead of the traffic, keen not to be held up at the start of a lap, and that worked really well.
And you don't often get to say this, so indulge me. It is a Lotus 1-2 because Adam Christodoulou has gone second, 237.468. So the two teammates then in the Lotus Ineras for Toro Racing, 1 and 2.
Lorkai Law has not finished either.
No, and nor has Adam, because he was even quicker in the first sector. So 88, Adam Christodoulou is the next one to keep an eye on. And there he is, just going through shot.
Gone purple, sector 1 has Adam Christodoulou, and previous to that, his teammate had done exactly the same thing. So 26.5 for Adam Christodoulou compares to his teammate 27. So that's half a second on that sector. Goes purple again, does Adam. So sector 2, a 28.5 in sector 2. And Lorkai Law, his teammate, has seemingly backed off a little bit on sector 2. Checker flag is out, so is Adam going to make this final? Gone.
That's the first time you've said that all day. Yes, well done.
Yes, well done. You're right. Yeah, it came up on the screen. Checker flag is out. So this is the lap for Adam Christodoulou. Purple in sectors 1 and 2.
We talk about him being a GT star. His two titles that he's won have both been in single-seaters, though, in his earlier days. Formula Renault and then Star Mazda in America. But Adam Christodoulou, then, the best thing to come out of Litchfield since the A38, makes his run up the hill now. And he didn't do a purple third sector, but it was a personal best. So it's still looking good for... Oh, no, it's not. Well... Is he going to do the lap, or are we going to cop for a red flag? Because there's another car off, but it's up an escape road, isn't it?
It is.
So we should be safe here.
And that's that's out of harm's way.
Yeah. Right. So Adam Christodoulou, with traffic ahead, is in sector 4. The checkered flag is out. Lorkai Law is the fastest on the 234.7. Adam Christodoulou goes through shot.
Yeah.
He might get away with this and be able to go faster.
But it wasn't even a personal best, that sector.
No, he's got round sort of the traffic of Liang Jiatong ahead of him, the BMW. So maybe Adam Christodoulou is going to have to content himself with knowing that the sector times were good, and there is the potential to string it all together, because Liang Jiatong slows right down to the last corner. And actually Adam has dropped back behind Lorkai Law anyway, hasn't he?
Yeah. So... no, it wasn't to be on this final opportunity, so it is Lorkai Law who tops the times with the checker flag. You're right, the first one of the day.
Adam did go quicker, though, 235.9, so he's 1.2 seconds down on his teammate. I think he'll be OK with that. He knows he's in the ballpark. So, yeah, first checkered flag. All the other sessions brought to a close with the red, or not resumed after the red. So... a Lotus 1-2, gosh, it's like 1978 all over again.
Not only did they look good, they went well as well.
They did. And you're right about the colour scheme.
Yeah.
Reminiscent of Colin Chapman's fabulous Formula 1 cars of the late 1970s. Actually, early 1970s, if you think about black and gold Lotus 72s. But
running all the way into the 80s.
That colour scheme.
That colour scheme, yeah. I know, because it's when I first sort of started really getting into motor racing, so I decided at the 1984 British Grand Prix at Brands Hatch to buy myself a black and gold Lotus liveried bottle of aftershave.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was huge. It was a huge bottle of aftershave, and I bought it, and it went for years because it smelled horrible.
Really?
Yes. It was awful. Mum said, "Oh, you're not wearing that again, are you?"
Find a different team to support.
Yes.
Lokar Chun's Ginetta was the one that was at the escape road. There it is, trying to rejoin. But the session is at a natural end. We'll get the leaderboard in a moment for you. But Lotus is first, or Lotai, first and second, Lorkai Law, Adam Christodoulou, and then BMW 3-4, Liang Jiatong from Kelvin Leung, Ginetta 5 and 6. So they're all paired off like there was on. Right line from the one that's at the escape road now of Lokar Chun. But the Lotus Emiras. Not a car that we've really seen in Europe, in fact, in GT4 racing, but with the Lotus ownership, the Asian market is where it's been launched. And
do you know the Lotus Elan always used to look to be a very nimble, nippy little car, and I know it's a much bigger car, but it has that nimble little look to it, doesn't it?
Yes, I mean, people instantly think in terms of racing. I know Lotus did road cars, but in terms of motor racing, they perhaps more think about Formula One and World Championship One, understandably. But yes, I mean, the Elan, Lotus Esprits, Lotus Elites as well in the 1960s were great little sports racing.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
And even sports prototype, Lotus 15s, Lotus 17s, Lotus 11s, all very, very successful. So sports car racing and Lotus does have a good heritage. Number of cars under investigation for crossing the pit exit yellow line.
I've seen that a lot today.
Yeah.
An awful lot.
And there the KTM of Ao Chi Weng comes to the pits. That car from outside the top 16. So in the end, 22nd it was, in fact. Lovely shot, that. Quirky cars down side by side.
Yeah.
Everything there. You've got the reservoir, you've got the water, you've got the traffic, you've got the race cars, you've got the infrastructure.
And the minivan one.
The minivan one, exactly. And even this, look, people even on an in-lap still pushing.
Yeah, really pushing. Yeah.
Which you might think is not the wisest of things to do.
Yeah.
They are doing it.
Yeah.
So, there's the traffic jam of the race cars arriving to go to the paddock, which is the underground car park. So as we look out of our window, we can see them dropping down the ramp, the teams with all the equipment having to go down there and working on cars in a multi-storey car park with the noise hemmed in as much as the heat. It's not much fun, but that's
I
where
saw fans yesterday, not motor racing fans, but wind-blowing fans, bigger than I have ever seen, because there is no throughput of air down there. It's really hard work for them, really hard work.
Well, Lok Hai Law tops the times from Adam Christodoulou and Liang Jiatong. Kelvin Lung fourth from Brian Lai and Lo Ka Chun sixth. William Chung from Terence Tsay, the next pair, and then Zheng Jianfeng and Zhu Zhiyao rounding out the top 10 at the end of our Greater Bay Area GT4 free practice session. Li Yan Han was ahead of Lau Kim Ho, then Yang Chun Lei and Han Li Chao 14th. 15th was Kan Chi Wei from Wang Wei Hong, Liu Qiren from Miguel Lai, and then it was Patricio Wu and Kenny Chung 20th from Chan Chi Ho, Ao Chi Wang, and rounding out the 23 after he hit the barrier, Li Shen Yu with his KTM. Well, that whets your appetite for GT machinery. That was GT4. The next session, the last free practice period, is for GT3.
of GT3 competitors. 3 minutes to start free practice.
相对温度比较低，一样的也是给大家造成了很大的一个困扰，就是22号要往来自中华台北，使用的是房间GT3号，就是7号1号在3号是要加5号，跟住咧就搭低佢呢度。
Attention in the paddock. Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 competitors. Greater Bay Area GT Cup GT3 competitors. 1 minute to start free practice.
So the track now will be given over to the GT3 cars for the Greater Bay Area GT Cup. Mercedes AMG, Audi, Lamborghini, Porsche, Aston Martin, Audi, BMW. It is another quality entry, and there is even more next weekend when the FIA GT World Cup takes centre stage. But GT fans well catered for here. Further proof of how GT racing has grown, that there are effectively 4 races over the course of the 2 weekends for GT cars, and of course, you know, it used to be the Formula 3 Grand Prix and then the gear race, then a GT race was added on, and it has grown and grown in popularity. The free practice session then is underway. 30 minutes that we have with 1 or 2 well-known names in this, like Adrian De Silva, like Darrell Young, for example, who has been a winner here in the past. There, reluctant to get going at the moment, is Andrew Harrianto's Audi. The team's still working on that to try to fire up the engine, but the marshal's busily allowing everybody else through so they can clear the holding area. Then Kang's Lamborghini goes through, and so the track, Alan Hyde, is live.
GT3 cars around the Macau gear circuit are something to relish. We've enjoyed it very much over the past few years, and of course we have GT3 cars as part of next weekend, the 4-day meeting for the Macau Grand Prix weekend, with the GT World Cup next weekend, which is something to say. But we've got GT3 cars this weekend with the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT4 cars we've just had on circuit. GT3 cars today we now have out on circuit as our final free practice session of the morning before qualifying gets underway this afternoon for race day tomorrow here for a celebration weekend, and it is the celebration of the 70th Macau Grand Prix here this weekend, and the place is absolutely bustling. So every hotel that you go to, the excitement, you can measure the fact that it's a 2-weekender this weekend to celebrate each decade. They did the same 10 years ago for the 60th celebration, and 2 weekends this year with some interesting races over the course of this weekend, and races that have indeed been topping the bill over the last couple of years here at Macau. So these are great races in their own right.
Well, Darrell Young, who we saw couple of years ago have that big shunt going down towards Lisboa, but won the GT Cup in the following day's race in 2021.
Which was a remarkable story, wasn't it?
It was, yes, having quarantined as well to do it.
Yeah.
He's probably going to start as the favourite, but amongst the others there is Chris Char, who we've got used to seeing in GT4 machinery of late. There is Kevin Say, who is busy racing normally in British GT, but has also been in GT World Challenge Europe in the past. Kang Ling, who we saw in FIA Formula 3 for a time. The BMW there of Rancoon fan, showing just how tight the Malco hairpin is. These cars, of course, bigger, wider than their GT4 brethren. It's all a little bit of a struggle on the first lap, just as drivers work out exactly where the line is and where they need to be to get the lock to kick in.
Well, we said this earlier on, didn't we, about getting around the Malco hairpin and use the GT3 cars as the example. How are they going to work? Well, with an awful lot of precision is the answer.
Well, so far so good, as they come booming over the line. So Darrell O'Young's Craft Bamboo Racing Mercedes, certainly one to watch, as onto a flying lap, getting those early drivers out of the pit lane. Ling Kang's Lamborghini over the timing line. 61 is the Adrian De Silva Porsche, the EBM entered car, EBM Earl Bamber Motorsport. Earl himself racing next week in the FIA GT World Cup. But Darrell O'Young really ought to be the class of this field, I would have thought. He knows the circuit inside out. He's got a good strike rate here. He's a very experienced, very versatile driver of single-seaters to touring cars to GT cars. And so let's just focus on this lap. This is Lisboa, turns through the right-hander, and then the Mercedes powering its way now up the hill.
So the fact our commentary box is trackside, so we look down on the grid, we can also hear the cars and the different tones of engines and the different rumble of the commentary box is something to savour, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the Mercedes has a very distinctive engine, though. So do the Porsches, so do the Lamborghinis. And close your eyes, you can just about tell what car's going past you anyway, because they all sound so different. Darrell O'Young then doing purples, doing absolute bests then in the sectors right now.
First two sectors go purple for Darrell O'Young, car 55, the car we're looking at now. And this is, yeah, that's unfortunate there because a bit of traffic in front. I thought he had clear track. I was about to say, looked as if he had clear track, but not quite now. And this is not a good part of the circuit to have clear track.
But I always get the feeling with Darrell O'Young that he's comfortable in doing this. Okay, I'll have to walk that lap.
Yeah.
Just sit, and I know I can go through. I know the track, I know the car.
Yeah.
Whereas other drivers that we've seen have a little bit more urgency about getting through.
Impatience.
Yeah.
That's the word, isn't it?
Yeah.
We've seen a bit of that.
And Darrell's, look, he's quite happy. He's backed out of that lap.
Yeah.
He's let the BMW go, and he can strike again because he knows what the circuit's like. So for him, this isn't about doing a time. This is more about just being comfortable in the car. Yep, got that line there. Yep, feels okay here. Working through a program.
Threaded around Malco hairpin as if the car was nowhere near as big as it was. It made it look very easy indeed. And that's good because it sets up the start of a quick lap, doesn't it? And now there is more of a sense of urgency because a little flash of the lights to say, I'm here, I'm not going to be held up again, and I'm going to go on to a quick lap now. So makes the move, gets past the BMW, and is about to start what will be, hopefully, a clearer lap.
And getting out of the way, Rancoon fan in the BMW. So through goes Darrell O'Young to go top of the times, 2:29.374. There is Ling Kang behind in the Lamborghini. Number 3 there is Alex Liu with the Elegant Racing Team Mercedes. Another good name for a team. And there is a busy old section down at Lisboa, including the Aston Martin Vantage of Anderson Her. So, good variety. Move left or right, Mr. Cameraman, out of our way.
Yes.
Nice shot for you, but you're not helping.
It is a good shot, yeah. But not for us.
Yeah. Anyway, you made your point. Move along now, please. So, number 3, Alex Liu, as I was saying, he's the next one to look for. Regular touring car driver. He did do one event this year, actually, in Europe, in the GT4 European Series. But he raced in Lamborghini Super Trofeo. He was 7th in TCR Asia a few years back. So, again, he's an experienced driver and doing personal best in sectors 1 and 2 on this lap.
Darrell Young, meanwhile, although top of the times, that wasn't the ultimate quick lap, was it, for Darrell Young? But this time it's looking a little bit tastier because sectors 1 and 2 have gone purple. So overall best for Darrell Young on those first 2 sectors. Car number 55. Here we go. Darrell Young in the predominantly white, blue and red machine is now not going to be held up. That's good news. So Alex Liu gets neatly out of the way for a fellow Mercedes driver, and Darrell Young can press on around Don Maria, that long left-hander.
The car slightly getting away from him there, just had a little bit of a slide as he applied the power. So Darrell Young able to catch that, gets through the hairpin.
Has got purple sector 3.
Yeah.
3 purples.
Okay, so at the moment he's just under 6/10 quicker.
4
than
purples.
Lin Kang, 4 purples, right? It's like a casino slot machine this going for you with all the cherries aligning on the fruit machine. Right, so Darrell Young, 4 out of 5 in terms of purple sectors, absolute best, therefore he's going for 5 out of 5. Also improving is Min Heng. See what he can do, but here comes then Darrell Young now, and he is up towards the line and goes quickest again with 5 absolute best. It's the perfect lap. So 2:22.349. Briefly, Min Heng did go quicker, but ends up third because it's Darrell Young from Lin Kang once more. Lin Kang there in the gold and black Lamborghini.
So 1.7 seconds the advantage that Darrell Young has over Lin Kang in second position, car number 6. This is only free practice, but it's a joy to hear and to see the GT3 cars out on circuit. Not surprisingly, we've been focused a little bit on Darrell Young because, as you said at the start of the session, it was really... Well, you're laughing at the photographer still being
yes.
there. He's moved over a bit.
A touch, yes.
Just a little bit.
Darrell Young's backed off. There was also there, I thought, a little bit of activity at the Malco hairpin, suggesting that either somebody had run wide or they were trying to steer people back towards an apex. But anyway, I think the road is clear. There's no suggestion of a yellow flag. That's the Aston Martin going through. Anderson Hook, that's Lin Kang, who did also come to Europe many years ago to race in French Formula 4, in FIA Formula 3.
Aston Martin has stopped at a really awkward place as well.
So it's only just gone through shot, hadn't it, Anderson Hook?
Yeah. And the car has just stopped.
It's the Indonesian driver, you're right. So what often happens in a situation like this, the race director will give them half a minute because that's, if you like, the power cycle. If,
Reboot.
for example, there's, it's stalled, then let them try and get everything on rather than throwing a red. We've got a yellow flag out because of it, but if the driver can get it fired up and move it, then so much better. And that's what's being done from race control at the moment.
I'm a big fan of the Aston Martin green.
Yes.
And that car up close looks spectacular. Just gorgeous. Yesterday, as we were making our way around, with the sunshine looking down, oh no, it hasn't rebooted. Red flag.
Red flag.
Oh dear, oh dear. Well, I think they got further than anyone else.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, yeah. So, mechanical problem rather than an accident, but red flag for Anderson He in number 17. So let's have a look. There is Lin Kang's Lamborghini. Oh, no, he has hit.
Oh, he did.
Hit the wall?
Well,
I think he went wide, didn't he?
There was dust.
Yeah.
At very least.
So he's either hit the wall and something's broken or something broke. But yeah, I fear there was contact.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. So red flag, and Darrell Young tops the times at 2:22.349 as the GT3 cars make their way down into pit lane. Lin Kang is second, car number 6, at 2:24.090, which means 1.7 seconds behind Darrell Young.
Indeed, so
I think you predicted Darrell Young would be quickest in this session, didn't you?
I
think you might have hedged your bets.
Yes, well, only because he's so experienced.
Yeah.
Kevin Say, I think, is one to watch because he has raced here before and he's won the Macau Roadsport Challenge in the past, but his racing in Europe would have stood him in good stead. And the one I'm interested in actually is Chris Char, because we've seen him go well in the GT4 races, the GT Cup for the GT4 cars, but now stepping up to GT3 machinery, and let's see how he fares in this. frustration for Anderson here, sorry to interrupt
Yeah.
you, but he just done 2 personal best on that lap.
Oh, yeah.
Only to smoke the wall.
Yeah, and therefore is 9th in the rundown of the order. So Marshall's indicating for cars to head into pit lane, but they are on short call for the resumption of the session, which is good news. I can't imagine it would be too tricky to get the track clear again and get the cars back out. 17.5 minutes of the session remain. Darryl Young, top of the times, 2:22.349. And now our chance to see the cars up close, and there is nothing quite as enjoyable as seeing these liveries up close. That MGM-backed Lamborghini, livery Lamborghini, looks another one of the cars in the paddock yesterday that looked spectacular in the sunshine, absolutely gorgeous. That is Darryl Young, quickest at the moment, car 55. Having a chat to the team. Quite an arty shot of the car there with the tree just in front of it. Quite like that. Number 3 is Alex Liu. And make no mistake, we've talked about how unseasonably warm it was yesterday, today as well. And when you put your fireproof overalls on, your fireproof underwear, your helmet, and then strap yourself into a GT3 machine, this is hard work. This is hot, hard work. And the fact that teams are blowing air into the car is a very, very welcome thing. Drivers often say they don't really notice the temperature when they're actually on circuit. When they're going around, there's airflow around the car and things don't cook up inside so much, although the ambient temperature is high. But when they stop, when they're in the pit lane, that's when you really tend to notice it.
Yes,
oh, they've got a matching colour recovery unit. How nice.
It's just not got quite the same price tag.
Not,
you're right.
no.
Yes. It just came back to your
But at the moment, it's slightly more useful.
Well, there is that. Yes, and it goes. In double driver races, it's the start driver who often complains the most, because they have to get suited and booted in advance, get in the car, drive to the grid, sit there for half an hour or so.
Exactly.
So they're desperate for a rolling start in order just to get some air through the car. But here, of course, the drivers, knowing they've still got 15 minutes plus to go, so they're not getting out of the cars. And the shot there of the Incentive Audi, the Be Quick Absolute Racing Team. Chris Char. And the blower in just to cool him down a little bit.
Just any movement of air really inside the car, I think, is welcome.
But there are still quite a few we've not seen the best of. Adrian De Silva, for example, and he's further down than he really ought to be. And Henk Kicks as well, the man who owns Be Quick, which is a motoring spares company, which used to be owned by Ford, and he was part of a management buyout of that. And based these days in the region. Raced in Malaysia, where he lived for a time, raced in Thailand, where he lives. And Henk Kicks, another great enthusiast, was racing. There it is, the B-Kit car. That's Andrew Harrianto's sister car. Andrew Harrianto, who's also been a prolific racer of just about anything going, whether it's been Lamborghinis, Audis, Porsches, raced in the World Endurance Championship for the Dempsey Proton team, winner of this year's Sepang 12 Hours as well.
3 more cars under investigation for the exiting the pit lane yellow line, which has been something we've seen in all of the 3 practice sessions this morning, which is the pit lane exit. And it's something which has been a feature of this morning. Let's hope it's not a feature of this afternoon, when all of a sudden we get competitive for qualifying. The clock continues to count down, of course. This is a free practice session, so 13.5 minutes just over of the session remain. 3 flying laps have been completed, and when we get the session back underway, hopefully they will do 2 before too long, and we can see them get into groove, because they were just starting to do that, weren't they? Finding their place on track, finding clear track. It's a bit windy down there as well today. Trees blowing around.
It is. The sun hasn't really broken through yet.
It was blue skies and sunshine yesterday, so it's a very different day, back to being a little bit murky.
Still, it's a pleasant temperature. Everybody shorts and T-shirts, or shirt sleeves at the worst. 18 with a monitor is Kevin Say, the macXony driver for Toro Racing. Winner of a British GT race at Alton Park. Probably the first, if not the only macXony winner of a race at Alton Park.
Wow.
I think.
But wasn't it Raffaele Marciello that said doing the British GT Championship was so refreshing for circuits like Alton Park?
Yeah.
Was that the quote?
Something like that.
What he said?
If it wasn't Raffaele, it was Jules Gounod, who came a year before him. But yes, I mean, I remember talking to Jules for the telecast at Alton, and he never raced there before. His father had never raced there either. And his eyes were out like Chapel Hat Patches. I just can't believe this place. It's fantastic. And he couldn't have been a better ambassador for it. Yeah, Kevin Say came in 21 and won a guest outing with Tom Onslow Cole.
Did he? Wow.
Yeah. And most recently has been in the Sky Tempesta Racing McLaren, where Andrew Kirkcaldy run, Chris Boswell shared McLaren British GT. As the green flag is now shown, the session is back live. 12 minutes and counting then of our last free practice period before we go into the 5 qualifying sessions for the other half of the day.
So tyre warmers coming off the car of Darrow Young. It's dropped down and very quickly sent on its way. A sense of urgency about that. That was good work by the team to be able to respond to that green flag at the end of the pit lane. Things back underway.
You mentioned also the tyre warmers, and you're right so to do. The majority of international GT racing, not exclusively, but the bulk, certainly in SRO's portfolio, is on Pirelli tyres. And these all run on Michelin's. So even if you think you know your car inside out, it might have a slightly different feel to it on a different tyre.
Might react slightly differently.
Yeah. There's something else
That's
to
a good
factor in.
point.
And again, drivers straight out, if you want to get the warmth into the tyres again, get the pressures up, get the temperatures up, and then they'll be able to exploit those once the outlap is completed, and we'll see hopefully that we can go to the end now.
A grid of dream cars make their way back out onto the gear circuit, a dream circuit and a dream grid as well. Our first chance of savouring GT3 machinery around the Macau circuit as the sunshine does come out now here at Macau for the resumption of this session. As David says, our final free practice session of today, our final free practice session of the weekend, in fact, because it's qualifying for the remainder of this afternoon and then racing all day tomorrow. 2 races for Formula 4. They bookend the date, 8 o'clock in the morning and at 20 to 4 in the afternoon. And the GT3 cars that we're seeing on circuit will race just shortly after midday tomorrow at 12:50 for the GT3 cars. For now, they've got the job of getting everything back up to temperature, get the cars and the brakes, everything working nicely, and they're doing it in a rather large gaggle of cars, aren't they? We've seen that so many times today. They leave the pit lane for the resumption of the session and then have to deal with the result of that, which is to be in traffic. At the head of that traffic is Darrow Young. That was really good by the team to get that car out and on its way. Good work.
Kevin Say is behind him. Darrow Young's Craft Bamboo racing car. Kevin Say's pink and purple car. Looks a bit like a bruise, that Mercedes, but that's from the Toro Racing stable. And then the Audi third in the queue is the car of Hank Kicks. No, Andrew Harrianto, sorry, the sister car, isn't it, that's gone out ahead. And now Kevin Say backs it off so that he can let Darrow Young get away and he can pick up his own speed coming down the hill towards Fisherman's Bend and hopefully carry that momentum onto the start of the next lap and he can go for a time.
And once again, we've got notification that this time Alex Liu is under investigation for... So is there something different about the yellow line coming out of pit lane this year?
Not
They've changed it. I don't remember seeing that so much before. But certainly we've had at least one car being warned about that in every session this morning.
It might be that drivers sort of try to get over to an apex sooner, just clip it rather than clear it completely. Well, Darrow Young goes through then onto a flying lap, and going after him now is Min Heng, another of the Mercedes AMG drivers who's worked his way nicely through the traffic on that outlap as well.
8 minutes and 15 seconds of this free practice session remain for the GT3 cars, just savouring the noise as they come past on the start-finish straight to go on to a flying lap. The rest of the field all making their way through. First out is Darrell Young. He is already top of the times by 1.7 seconds. 2:22.349 is the best lap of this session so far. And of course, all of this is uncompetitive. They get to qualifying in one session over the course of half an hour this afternoon. 2:45 this afternoon, they'll be qualifying. But for now, just enjoying it. The GT3 cars also, they sound a little bit different around here because the noise reverberates around the street circuit. You've got the barriers, you've got the walls, and if they don't sound pretty incredible already, they sound even more incredible when amplified by all the furniture we've got around the circuit.
I mean, it is one of the good things about GT racing. The cars are different shapes and sizes, but yes, for me, it's the engine note, the sound that is so much of the appeal. And you know, sports car racing has gone through different iterations. It's currently got hybrid in sports prototype racing. We had the whispering diesels for a time as well when they were vogue. Before, it's amazing to think, isn't it, that in quite a short space of time, diesel's gone from being a technology that manufacturers wanted to almost being embarrassed to have. But anyway, such is life. Right, here to Melco hairpin come the Mercedes. Kevin Say then behind Min Heng. We've got a yellow flag at turn 15, so that is police. Darrell Young's going quicker again, but I've got a horrible feeling that we might be up for another stoppage here if that yellow doesn't disappear. We'll find out in a moment because Darrell Young comes to the end of the lap. There he is.
He's gone purple in sectors 2, 3 and 4 on this lap. Let's see if it goes 5 as well. Towards the line.
Done it before. Breaks the beam. Doesn't go faster than the sector, but the lap time is quicker. 2:21.07. Min Heng goes second, and Kevin Say fourth behind Ling Kang now.
So Darrell Young's advantage over Min Heng in second is 2.6 seconds.
It's quite a lot, isn't it?
It is. It's a long circuit, but that's still pretty impressive. 2.6 seconds the advantage for Darrell Young. 5.5 minutes just over of the session remaining, and we're looking at Kevin Say. That's pushing on as well, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
See that going into Lisboa, neatly around Lisboa as well. That was nicely done.
Macau Roadsport champion, and there is the reason for the yellow. Andrew Harrianto is in the wall, and I don't need to do the rest of the sentence, do I? Because if that car doesn't get away from, it's police, isn't it, that he's gone wide and gone off, then so it's going to be a stoppage. But the crane is there, so I think they're hopeful that they can get the session to the end and move that car, even if it has to be suspended, out of the way.
Let's see, because I fancy there'll be a bit of debris on the circuit as well, and that may well need to be cleared up, which presumably would only safely be able to be done if the session is stopped. But we shall see. Might be that they can control it.
So there's Darrell Young arriving on the scene, and okay, red flag. Compromise everybody's laps because the car won't be moved, so red flag. And what do we have left on the clock? 4.5 minutes. So by the time they've got them in...
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I think I am. I'm thinking it's time for lunch.
I think the marshals might be thinking that, but they've got a bit of work to do before then. Potentially this session is not going to see a checkered flag, which means the award of free practice morning for the 70th Macau Grand Prix potentially is going to go to the GT4 cars, the only cars to see the checkered flag today.
Yes, you're right. And even they had their dramas, didn't they?
Oh yes. None of the sessions were without dramas.
No.
But hey, we're at Macau.
Very true. And drama is as drama does.
Yes, you're right.
So, yeah. Well, qualifying this afternoon, I'm sort of talking here as though the session won't be restarted, and we don't have confirmation of that, so maybe I'm being a bit previous, but even if it can be restarted, they're not going to be able to do more than an outlap, so it all becomes a bit superfluous anyway.
It does, yeah. 3.5 minutes, under 3.5 minutes of the session left to run. Free practice, the clock continues to count down. Qualifying, it will stop. So this afternoon is going to be very different, but Yeah, the sessions this morning, there's never been a session really when they can properly get into a groove lap after lap.
Right. You're right. Yeah, it's been a really weird sort of an autumn, many of them.
A bit bitty. The
Indeed.
sessions have been a bit bitty.
Indeed. Chris Char there, bringing the Phantom Pro Racing Audi back to the pits. We've normally seen him in Mercedes, but with an Audi. Audi's future, of course, is a big GT talking point of late, because Audi Sport, all the cars are going into the paddock, by the way, and the session will not be resumed. Yeah. Audi Sport cutting back so it concentrates on Formula One, although there is talk that because Audi is such a strong brand in Asia, there might still be some sort of motorsport program over here.
Yeah.
But what it's going to do to GT racing for next year, and to a lesser degree touring car racing, is put a lot of drivers on the market. Right then, so the session will not be resumed. That's the end of free practice. Qualifying will begin in 40 minutes and a bit, with the first of the sessions for tomorrow's races for this first weekend at the 70th anniversary event of Macau Grand Prix. And Darryl Young topping the times then at the end of the free practice session. But like all of them, when it was going, it was good, but just those constant frustration.
It's just a joy to see the cars on the circuit, isn't
it?
Absolute joy. GT3 cars at Macau, superb.
So looking down to the grid, to the pit lane, and the cars going into the paddock behind it. And Darryl Young, Min Heng and Lin Kang, the drivers then at the top of the times, from Chris Char and then Kevin Say rounding out the top 5. But we'll have a leaderboard to confirm that. Thus, with a 2:21.076, Darryl Young's time, 2.6 seconds up on Min Heng. Lin Kang third from Chris Char, fourth. Kevin Say next from Chang Chen Shang and Lulit Ka. Then Kuo Sin and Liao Yang. Anderson He, who stopped out on track 10th, but the cause of one of the 2 red flags. Ran Kun Fan next from Andrew Harrianto and Li Ching Shin. Then Lin Hao. Henk Kicks was 15th. Vicento Florendo 16th. And Adrian De Silva rounding out the times at the end of the Greater Bay Area GT Cup for GT3 cars.
GT3 嘅 GT3 組咧，其實去到排位賽啊、正賽啊，競爭方面都係相當之激烈嘅。佢再次咧就提醒大家啦，今日朝早澳門4級方程式大賽、TCR 亞洲挑戰賽、路車挑戰賽、大灣區 GT3 嘅2個組別嘅自由評審咧，都已經係進行完畢㗎啦。咁啊，稍事休息，稍後去到12:10就會進行 TCR 亞洲挑戰賽嘅2節排位賽。咁啊，希望大家繼續留喺現場，欣賞我哋精彩嘅澳門格蘭披治大賽嘅賽事。
Breve escala então nesta sessão de tratamento do amigo da taça GT, da categoria para criaturas com certificação GT3, devem obviamente terminar no campeonato já regras por montaleias e a garantir então o próprio nesta sessão de tratamento. O Mercedes AMG da GT3 da GT3 a garantir então uma melhor volta na ordem dos 2 minutos, 21 segundos e 76 milésimos, uma melhor volta que é em 3 segundos e 650 milésimos superior ao melhor volta passado pelo segundo piloto mais rápido da República Popular da China, que cumpriu então a certificação ao traçado urbano do primeiro em 2 minutos, 23 segundos e 727 milésimos. O americano também no continente a terceira volta mais rápida, uma volta na ordem aos 2 minutos, 24 segundos e 90 milésimos. Outro piloto da China, Prix, consegue então o quinto tempo mais rápido ao traçado de guia nesta sessão de 2:26,653 milésimos e fecha o top 5, o piloto de Macau, a Catherine Tse-Wing, que cumpre então os 6.200 metros de guia em 2 minutos, 26 segundos e 831 milésimos. Boas posições, no âmbito desta primeira vantagem do pelotão da taça GT3 na Grande Prix ao circuito de guia, o circuito de guia que agora partiu do dia 10 a primeira corrida de qualificação, os primeiros 2 classificados no âmbito de TCR Asia Challenge.
So the session ends pre-practice with Darryl O'Young at the very top of the time. He was also on an even quicker lap when the red flags came out, and the absolute best in sectors 1, 2, 3 and 4. So it looked like he was about to get into the 2-minute 20s, but in the end it was quickest anyway in pre-practice. Kind of a good fight in the Pratt Bamboo race on Mercedes. His time 2 minutes 21.076 seconds. His next closest one was over 2.5 seconds slower. That was 66 and the Carnage race to Mercedes, so Mercedes first and second. Third place then, number 60th Macau, the Sol Lamborghini GT3 Evo Phantom Pro Racing. He was just over 4 tenths slower in third place when he began, and then Chris Chief, in third, 3 was in fourth place. Chris Char with the R8, and then fifth place for Macau, race winner number 18, Kevin Say, the Toro Racing Mercedes, coming home fifth. Sixth place was number 88, the late improvement from Chen Shan in the Mercedes, and seventh place, number 3, the late car, another quick Mercedes. Eighth place was number 12 in that session for Xin. It's another Mercedes, it's all the case for. Ninth place was number 22, Porsche, that's the Porsche, round out the top 10. We had number 17, Anderson Her, in the EBM, Earl Bambo, Motorsport, Aston Martin, to the Hall, so still got to the top 10, but didn't take part in the last part of the session for Bambo. Too tight for them on 24-hour, we will be in action in the GT3 next weekend on the second weekend of the 70th Macau Grand Prix. So that wraps up this morning's activity. Pre-practice now done. This afternoon we move on to qualifying. The first qualifying session is due to get underway in 35 minutes time. It will be the TCR Asia Challenge, a 2-part qualifying session with the top 12 being the second part of qualifying. So it takes 45 minutes in total. And then at 1:15 we have qualifying for the Macau Roadsport Challenge, half-an-hour sessions for all of the other categories apart from TCR. At 2 o'clock it's the Bay Area GT4s, well 30 minutes qualifying. At 2:45 the GT3 cars, we've just seen those qualifying. And we'll end the day as we started it with Formula 4 action at 3:45, half an hour of qualifying for the Macau Formula 4 race. That is all to look forward to this afternoon. And next activity on track, the TCR Asia Challenge qualifying at 12.
上午的练习，自由练习的时间呢，到现在就全部结束，包括澳门4级方程式 TCR 亚洲挑战赛以及澳门路车挑战赛在大湾区 GT3、GT4 跟 GT3 的比赛呢，练习赛就全部结束了。场上虽然出现了不少的问题，但总体来说实验非常的顺畅，整个的练习是推进的，应该说节奏还是很流畅。 要求能够在最短的时间内，最理想状况当中打出最完美，全球最快的速度。TCR 亚洲挑战赛的第一场排位赛将会是在12点10分开始30分钟，随后将进行第二场排位赛。那么在1点15分将会进行澳门路车防弹赛排位赛。接下来在2点0开始就是大湾区 GT 杯的排位赛，先是 GT4，随后是 GT3。在下午的3点45分将会进行澳门4级方程式大赛排位赛。那么澳门4级方程式 F4的比赛结束之后呢，今天的比赛就将会全部结束。所以我们期待下午的